You good to go, bud?
Hello, everybody. Teddy Atlas here with the fight with Teddy and Teddy. Teddy Atlas and Teddy Atlas, my son. We're doing the live streaming for the really historic fights from Times Square tonight, where you're gonna get some good fights. You're gonna get Teofimo, Barboza, Haney, and Ramirez, and you're gonna get Garcia and Romero. Right now, they have a preliminary fight with a Japanese fighter in his pro debut that obviously they're looking to give some love to, to get behind. He's in his debut against an opponent who's 1-2. Tatsumi is the Japanese prospect, and Whittington is the opponent. Tatsumi is a southpaw who is fighting Whittington, who switches back and forth. Tatsumi is 22, and Whittington, I believe, is 25. There is the new face of boxing. Turkey Al-Sheikh, who's made this possible, who's made a lot of fights in the last, year and 3/4 possible that weren't possible before. There's a new one. That's a new twist. Having a Hulk Hogan look-alike doing the ring cards. That's different. I would say for sure that is definitely different. And I'm going to do a little something here, clean this up with my board here. And as you all know, I'm not a technology genius, but my son had told you with the podcast a while back that we're going to be doing live streaming, and we're doing it. We did last week. We've done about 5 of them so far, and you guys have responded really well to them. You've come out. If you come out, we're going to do it. You come out, we're going to keep doing them. And we're going to do them all weekend. We're going to do this show here. We're going to do a show tomorrow night with the Canelo fight in Saudi Arabia. And then we're going to do Inoue, the great Inoue, the monster. We're going to do that on Sunday. So I'm just going to say to you that we appreciate you being here. And we're just doing something that I've done my whole life, talking about boxing, something that I love and that I've been blessed enough to be able to do. Because if you can do something you love, then you are blessed. You are privileged. You're not working a job. You're doing something with passion. So I'm very privileged to do that. And I'm very privileged and blessed at this stage of my life that I could do this version of it with my son. And I before I bring it to my son, I'll just say this, that if you want that alternative, that option to hear my voice, a voice that maybe you were familiar with some years ago. I don't know how many years it's been since I did all the fights at ESPN. Maybe it's been about 6 years, somewhere along those lines. If you miss that voice a little bit and what goes with that voice, then again, we've given you the option to hear it again, to kind of turn the clock back, go back in time a little bit and hear a voice that maybe you were familiar with at one point. And if not, you hear the voices that are there. They're good voices. They're very good voices. You got former world champion Antonio Tarver. You have Jim Lampley, who, of course, did HBO for so many years. You have Mike Coppinger, who's a terrific boxing writer. And then you got the studio component, the superstars, Pat McAfee and Mike Tyson and Kate Scott. So we are one of your options. And hopefully you choose us. So without any more ado, I will welcome my son, the better looking part of the duel, my son, Teddy Atlas, the third.
Hey,
His
bud.
son is the fourth. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. Just settling in. This is quite the view here to watch this, right? Times Square. Look at this. Pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, it's different. But that's what look, the last year and three quarters, Turkey Al-Sheikh is, well, he's made different regular and popular. You know, we've been over to Saudi Arabia for the shows he's put on. Tremendous shows, tremendous fights, unification fights, historic fights. He's put on in Saudi Arabia for the last year and three quarters. And now he's brought it, he's brought it east. He's bringing it everywhere. He's bringing it around the world. And I think it's going to cultivate eventually into him and Dana White, who of course he's got a pretty good success and a pretty damn good brand in the UFC of bringing good competitive fights, because I think that's going to be the next step, that they're going to bring you some kind of boxing league or some kind of cooperation between the two of them that should be very interesting, because we've already gotten a taste of it. We've gotten a little bit of a little bit of an introduction to what it would be in watching the UFC, of course, always putting competitive fights, but watching the fights that, again, we've been blessed enough to be a part of in Saudi Arabia, the fights that Turkey Al-Sheikh has given the fans and the sport over the last year and three quarters. Fights that, heavyweight unification fights that hadn't been done for 25 years, light heavyweight unification fights. I mean, fights that the powers that be in boxing, they weren't able to make them. They just weren't able to make them. And I think the sport needed them. I think the sport was asking for them. I think the fans were thirsting for them. And now they're getting them. And we're glad to be a part of it. We're glad, again, to give you an option. And that's what we're here for. You want to go back, I always like to make analogies with movies, Back to the Future. You want to go back a little bit to when you could be hearing me every Friday night on Friday Night Fights. If you guys like that, or if your father's like that, or if your friends like that, or whatever. Well, you kind of got it again if you want it. And I'm enjoying doing it with my son. I'm enjoying doing it. I'm enjoying watching this prospect right here. I listen, he's not Inoue. He's not the next Inoue. But you can see the little bit I've seen, you can see he's a game guy. He's an aggressive guy. He's a TV-friendly guy. He's a southpaw. He's an inside fighter. He likes to go to the body. He likes to bring the pressure. And he's got the right opponent in front of him. That's one thing. If you like the truth, I think I've given you the truth over the last 30 years. It might not be the truth you always agree with. That's fine. That's great, actually. No problem. But it's the truth that I see. And, people used to get mad at me. Ted, why didn't you just say the guy was good? He was great. He was there. Why'd you have to say, well, he was in with the right guy? Well, because that was there to be said. That was part of the equation. Part of it, if I'm going to give the message to the fans the right way, I got to give it the right way. And Whittington, it's no knock on him. He's 1-2. He's a game guy. He's a guy that switches stances. He's a guy that, engages you. But he's also a guy where Tatsumi has had the edge right from the beginning. How do you see it, bud? You've been watching a little bit of it.
Yeah, I think you nailed it pretty good. I haven't been overly impressed with all this hype, and I've never been exposed to Tsusumi before. This is my first exposure. I was thinking, just looking at the record of the opponent, 1-2, a guy with this much hype coming in, you got to get rid of a guy in this situation. But for a good first fight for him. Our buddy Matt Borgeson has joined us. He was just saying that
we're gonna have to start paying this dude. We're gonna have to make him part. Not that we're making money, but we're gonna have to he's gonna have to be part of the team, because every week he's there. He's there asking questions. He's there watching. We appreciate him. I feel like he's part of the family already. And we appreciate. We're gonna take at the very least. We got to have him over for Thanksgiving at the very least. And but a guy that knows what he's asking. He knows the sport, and I appreciate that. Before we get to him, I just want to say that obviously this is a novelty. This show outside, outdoors, at Times Square, and in some ways, it's a giant commercial for. I think that's fair. I mean, it's great fights, but it's a giant commercial, an expensive commercial for Turkey Al-Sheikh and everything that he's done in the last year and 3/4 and everything that he's going to do moving forward to let the fans know, hey, there's more to come. And instead of, I mean, look, we're doing it in the iconic Times Square where instead of the traditional dropping of the ball at New Year's, I mean, you got a new tradition maybe here, the dropping of people to the canvas. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be it. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But I do know that the bottom line is two things. Yeah, bells and whistles. No doubt about it. It's an event. It's not just a boxing card. Historic, history made with, as I said, television fights outdoors, in Times Square. But besides that, and that's a big part of it, legitimate fights, good fights, well-matched fights, meaningful fights, meaningful to the fans and meaningful to the sport. And when you have that as part of the formula, guess what? You got a good formula. You got a winning formula. And that's one thing I say, with all the glitz and everything else and the money that could be spent, that is just, unbelievable. But we're getting the kind of fights that the sport wants. What about my man, Matt? What does my man, Matt have to say?
He thought it was a great learning lesson for the young fighter for his pro debut.
I agree with him. Not too much, not too little. Where it also was a good coming out party where he could be shown, he could look good. He could look good enough. But yeah, I agree with Matt. I told you Matt knows what he's doing. I told you he knows what he's saying. Yeah, I agree. And there's Turkey Al-Sheikh up in the ring with the winning fighter who's now 1-0, Teofimo, who's now 1-0. He's up there with him. He gives the thumbs up. If Turkey gives you a thumbs up, you're heading in the you're heading up. You're heading up. You're heading up.
It's nice. We got some followers coming in. It's nice to see we're getting some familiar faces now. We got our man Maurice joining in. And like you said, it feels like it's part of the family. We've been doing this about 6 live streams now. It's good to see some of the familiar faces coming along.
And if you're going to mention family, I got to mention the CEO of Box Raw, Ben Amani. You're seeing really the name of Box Raw everywhere because he's in collaboration now with Turkey Al-Sheikh. And all I can tell you is we've known him for some years now. We're very close friends with him. We're going to do some stuff. We are doing some stuff with him, with his, with his apparel company, his Boxwear, Box Raw, Boxwear. It's a very good company. Listen, yeah, full transparency. He's a friend. And we, as I just said, we have interest. We do things with him. But we're doing things with him because he's a good guy and he puts out a good product. I mean, he really does. His company's in London. They're moving to New York eventually. And he's really growing now. And this has been a great, great, great partnership that he's just gotten with Ring Magazine, with Turkey Al-Sheikh. I'm very happy for him. Teddy, you, Nicole, my daughter, you guys are close to him. He's been to our home many times. Matter of fact, he was over here for dinner Monday night. Again, full transparency. We love him. He's part of our family. And we're also very happy that he's in this position, and he deserves it because he's worked his backside off to get here, and he has a good product. I mean, that he's not getting, he's not getting this kind of backing because he's got something that's not good. There it is. Box
Yep, he's
room.
got the best product, my man Ben. And
So
talking about him, just since you touched on that, I thought I had you on Zoom without having you on. I'm watching the fights early on. The fireman fought the police officer to open this up, and I hear in the background your voice. It was a Boxer commercial they were playing at the venue, the new one for Junto Nakatani.
yeah, obviously I do some narration. Listen, I think it's already known for the people that have followed me for many years and follow our podcast for many years now, some years now. I think that they know that I am not the guy you're going to be taking elocution lessons from, or English lessons from, or mistaking for who's that great voice I always refer to. Oh,
Go to the tape.
he's got that bellowing voice of intellect and deepness. He's on a lot of television. He's an actor. He's on a lot of
Morgan Freeman.
no, he's not an actor. I'll think of it anyway. Anyway, he speaks better than me. He speaks correct English instead of Teddy Lease. I speak Teddy Lease. It's a combination of proper English and Teddy English. But I think the people allow me. They forgive me. I think
Cool.
I've earned the right in their minds, being in this business long enough for them to be tolerant of me in that kind of way. But
Well,
again,
talking
Ben,
about the people, I got our buddy Gustavo Martins joined in. He wants to ask you, which fight has the biggest chance of an upset tonight? And with that being said, as you touch on that question from Gustavo, then I want to just get into the setup, and you could get into your preview for the first fight of the evening, Teofimo Lopez and Arnold Barboza.
yeah, I think to get right down to business, and we're doing that right now, and I hope we're giving the people what they want. We're going to give you commentating during the fight of what's going on. I always try to take it a step further. I always prided myself on telling you, not what's happening when it's happening in real time, but what's going to happen before it happens. I figure if you could do that, maybe you're doing a little something to add to the broadcast, to the fans' listening pleasure, if you will. And also, if you want to put in a little small, listen, don't get me wrong. I am not trying to in any way influence you to gamble. But if you have extra money and you feel like putting a peanut on something just for fun, you don't need to bet to enjoy a fight. But if you do, we're going to do a little of that. We're going to try to tell you if we notice something that I think can make sense during live stream gambling. If you happen to have the ability to do that with my bookie or whoever the platform is, we're going to touch on that a little bit. Try to juice it up a little bit with some of that. And again, I'm going to try to tell you what's going to happen, why I think it's going to happen, and when it is happening, why it's happening. I mean, anyone could tell you jabs landing. Oh, really? Captain Obvious. I get it. But why is a jab landing regularly? That kind of stuff. So for the first question, what has the best chance of an upset? I think it's Teofimo and Barbosa. I think that's got the best chance of an upset. Teofimo could be hot and cold. He's a great talent. I love him. Great talent. But he can have up and down moments, hot and cold nights and days, and when he has had his off nights, it's usually been with a boxer, a guy who can stretch out the ring, a guy who can use the jab, a guy who can control geography on the outside, stay away from the explosiveness, which is one of the gifts of Teofimo, one of his strengths. And that would be Barbosa. So we'll see. I think that would be, as far as Garcia and Romero, for me, I always say that this game is 75% mental. Is Garcia in the right mental place? Is he? If he is, and I think he is, from what I've seen of him, it seems like he's matured a little bit. It seems like he's settled down. He's in a good place, a confident place. If he is, and again, from what I've seen, I would guess that he is. then I like him. I like him a lot. Because it's always mental with him. It's always
Let
about
me ask you this and piggyback off of that, and this question's coming from our buddy Matt again, Matt Borgerson. They've had a long history, Ryan Garcia and Riley Romero, of sparring together. What do you take from that going into that? Do you think that that's something that is overthought of? That's the past, or is there something to that coming into this fight?
again, our man Matt asking a good question, showing his boxing IQ, showing off a little bit. Stop showing off, Matt. Stop showing off. We know you're smart. Yes, we love you. Listen, it means something because it can lift the confidence. Listen, I just said 75% of the success in the ring is based not just on talent, it's based on how you use your talent. And how you use your talent has everything to do with your mental frame. And a lot of that mental frame goes to one ingredient or one really exclusive ability or item, if you will, or trait. And that's confidence. And if you've done well with somebody in sparring, no matter what it was, that's confidence to build on, to take with you into the ring and help you in that mental area. So yeah, that can mean a lot. And the other thing is, with Garcia and Romero, I think he's in a good place mentally. And I think it took him a while to get there. And I think part of it is the Haney fight. Whether controversy or not, forget it. We're not even going to go into PDs, yes, no. All that matters is I think he got over the hump in that fight of finding himself, believing in himself, where I didn't think he did before completely. And I think that has something to do with his acting out, his actions, some of the stuff that was going on around him. And if he's now found himself by winning, and that's all that matters, I think now he's going to show you the best version of Garcia and the talent that we feel is there, we always felt was there. And as far as Romero, he's got talent, he's a puncher, he can be explosive, but he's never, I can only go by things I can quantify, things that are tangible to help handicap these fights. I look for that. And what's tangible here is, yeah, he could be explosive, but yeah, he's lost all his big fights. Every time he's been in one of those meaningful fights, he's lost. And for that, I'm gonna like Garcia a lot in this fight. As far as Haney and Ramirez, the same path in some ways, bud. The same path.
Yeah, we see Michael Buffer. When Michael Buffer's in there, you know it's time for the main boys coming in.
I'll
So
just finish with
Barbosa,
this thought on Haney. Haney and Ramirez, and that's gonna be a little later after this. My feeling on that is, again, we're on the same path. If he is recovered from the beating he took, and his father made sure he took enough time off, and that's good. If he's recovered from the physical beating he took in the Garcia fight, and if he's mentally back, confident, back, then I like him. I like the style matchup for him a lot against Ramirez, who's on the downside, who's been a great champion, a great fighter to watch, a great fan-friendly fighter, and he's still going to fight that way. But he's a little bit shop-worn. And Haney's got the kind of style, if he gets back to his kind of fighting, which he didn't do against Garcia. He tried to be something he wasn't, a seek and destroy guy instead of a boxer, instead of a sharpshooter, instead of a counterpuncher. If he's back to that Haney, and I think his father makes sure he is back to that, then I think that this could be a perfect coming back fight for him against the very game, but one-dimensional and getting older Ramirez. So here we are, Barbosa and Teofimo. Can Barbosa control the geography he needs to control on the outside to use his skill sets, jab, boxing, IQE, legs? Or can Teofimo, that guy who just got out of a camp, and I doubt that he paid his fare. I doubt that he paid it. But he's not going to be locked up. He's going to be given a pass on that tonight. But if the takeover, he likes to call himself the takeover. If the takeover, because he hasn't taken over yet, not quite. He hasn't quite gotten to the place we thought he was going to get to when he beat Lomachenko. Not quite, not consistently. He's been too inconsistent, but he shows burst of that ability. If he can get into his geography close enough to explode on Barboza, to show his real talent, which is hand speed and explosiveness, punching power. If he can do that, let's remember, he's stepping up in weight. If he can do that, well then, or he has stepped up in weight. If he can do that, then I like Teofimo. But I don't know that it's going to be interesting to see who wins the battle early of geography.
Yeah, this is Teofimo's sixth fight now at 140 pounds. And since we touched on it earlier, Teofimo Lopez minus 275 favorite. Arnold Barboza plus 200. Will the fight go the distance? No, plus 300. Yes, minus 450.
Yes is minus, what is yes?
Yeah, yes is minus 450. No, plus 300.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you this. I don't know how much help this gives anyone looking to be helped in their handicapping of this fight or their possibility of choosing a side. I'm going to tell you straight the way I feel. If you like Teofimo to win, then you might put a little play on the no. Because
Teofimo by KO plus 450, no. Teofimo by decision minus 140.
If you like, you take either the under or Teofimo by knockout a little bit, just a small play, because you're getting good odds back. You're getting a good bang for your buck. So you put a little play on that. Now, what does my brain tell me? My brain tells me, yeah, it's probably going to go the over. It's probably going to go rounds. And if you're going to give me plus 200 straight up with an undefeated fighter who has the capacity to bring out the worst in Teofimo, to box on the outside, to frustrate him, possibly. I'm not saying he will, but has the potential to do that in Barbosa. If you tell me you're going to give me plus 200, I'm going to take a little play on a plus 200. I'm going to take a little play on it. I'm sorry. I have to.
Yeah, Teofimo Lopez has not scored a knockout since 2022 versus Pedro Campa. That was the fight after his return bout after losing to Cambosos.
Does that coincide with when he stepped up in weight?
Yeah, I believe it does. Yeah, that was his first fight. You're right, 140 pounds.
So far, what we've done, I hope that people are coming out and joining us and getting the word out. Hey, pass the word. Pass the word if you want us to keep doing it. Matt, all you guys on the internet, you geniuses out there, you boxing fanatics, pass the word if you want us to keep doing this. But I would just say one thing. I'm not taking anything away from the great people they got in the studio, the legends, the great people that they have, the legendary people they have doing the commentating. I will just tell you one thing. You ain't getting this. I'm not saying this is what you want with the, with the highlighting, with the breakdowns, with the handicapping, a little bit here, a little bit there, the little salt and pepper on the main course, if you will, a little bit of hot pepper, a little bit of, but you're not getting that. And if you want to get a little bit of that spice, that little extra stuff to make your night maybe a little more interesting, right? Or maybe make your wagers a little bit more fun if you are wagering. Well, then, you know what? Come on over. Come on over. Come on over. My son always told me, he said, Dad, like the movie, like that great movie.
Field of Dreams.
Costner. There it is. My son's been around me for a while. He understands. He can read my mind. He could say things before I even say them. And as they said in Field of Dreams, my son always said, build it, they will come. So we're building it. It's up to you guys to come. And it ain't, you don't have to go to Iowa. You don't have to go to Iowa. All you have to do is go to your computer, go to your whatever, go to your screen, go to your YouTube. And here we are, first round. And look, what am I looking for? I already told you, I'm looking for Barboza to use the jab, control geography on the outside, and not to give up not to get too aggressive. If he gets too aggressive, he might walk into a counter, to a bomb. To control the outside, and then people are going to say, Teddy, if he doesn't get aggressive with the jab on the outside, how's he going to create offense? Well, by extending your punches, getting full extension, keeping them at the end of your jab, and then getting full extension without getting into his punching zone, without getting into Teofimo's punching zone. That's how you do it. And there's one other way to do it, guys. Set traps. Jab, step back a little bit if you're Barbosa, and see if you can entice the bigger puncher here, Teofimo, to come in, to reach, to cooperate, to make a mistake. And then you can counter him with the left hook or the right hand. And I think that's what's going on in the mind. You can always see through if you know what you're watching, and you got to feel for this stuff, I always feel like I can see in the brain of the fighter sometimes. Like there it is. That's what's in the brain of Barboza. So he's looking to set a trap. Get Teofimo to help him. Get him to come into him a little bit where he can counter him coming in. And I see the brain of Teofimo. He's trying to inch his way in without being reckless. Trying to close the gap carefully, cautiously, slowly, responsibly. I think Teofimo should use feints. That was nice. Couple jabs, double the jab up. There's a nice counter by Teofimo. He is dimensional too. Go to the body of your Teofimo. Take the legs away for later in the fight. For later in the fight, that can help you to take Barbosa's one of his weapons away, his legs. If you don't have legs, he's got a problem. Got a problem. And I see what else Teofimo's doing. I give him credit. He's prepared. He's giving little feints. If I was in the corner of Teofimo, I would tell him, do that. There it is. Feint. Try to get Barboza to show you what he's going to do before you expose yourself. Nice kind of hook to the body as Barboza gave up his height. Barboza better be careful and not get too aggressive. He better be careful. It only takes one with Teofimo.
Timo looks very poised to me right now. Very sharp, very calm in there. His eyes look good.
Yeah, he's in control. He's in control of himself. And that's always where you want to control.
End of the first round.
You can't control the other guy if you can't control yourself. His father fell. Let's hope that that's not an omen. His father tripped coming in the ring, Teofimo's. He tripped a little bit. He fell on the canvas.
I'm a little behind you. I just saw it. He played it off good. He stayed on the knees.
Yeah, he played off good. Let's hope it's not an omen of things to come.
This is the battle of the fathers. Barbosa also trained by his dad.
Again, what I liked there was Teofimo using a feint. And the reason behind the feint to use it is obvious. Well, obvious to boxing guys. You get the guy who's taller, who's longer, who's a counterpuncher, get him to show his hand, get him to make his step or his counter a little too premature, And then you can come in safe. You don't walk into a counter. Or if he steps out, you don't reach. You could go and walk and step to where he is because by feinting, you made him expose where he was going. You made him show his hand like a poker game. Boxing could be like a poker game. You try to get the guy to show his hand. And the other thing I like about Teofimo is preparation, and you can see he came in here with a good fight plan. He's doubling his jab up. And there's no better way to close the gap with a taller man than to double your jab up to close that gap. If you throw one jab with a taller guy who knows how to use his legs, you're going to usually fall short. How do you like it, bud?
Yeah, I want to see Barbosa start closing that gap with the jab a little bit and start going to the body. Maybe take away
I
the
don't
legs
want
of
to see him
Lopez.
close the gap unless Teofimo's going back. I want him to read the road, read the road maps, read the signs. In other words, if Teofimo goes backwards, he's not set to punch, then back him up. Then you're right. Back him up. Back him up. Because he's not set like that. Now you can back him up. But his legs are moving back. Read the roadmap. Read the signs. You got to read the signs. You got to have good eyes to be a great fighter.
Yeah, I'm just also worried that what we're seeing here a little bit, if this continues, is this going to
Chess
be,
match.
yeah, just a stylistic, yeah, exactly. From a style
Nobody
standpoint, not the
wants to
most
give
action.
the other guy the advantage. Teofimo doesn't want to reach in and get caught with a counter. And Barbosa doesn't want to give up his height and get caught, obviously, in the geography of Teofimo. I think right now, you know what I think it's about? The jabs. Whoever can dominate with their jab, use their jab more. You touched on it, bud. You're right on the money. Whoever can, there's a nice counter right hand by Barbosa. That was nice. Whoever can use the jab, whenever there's a fight where there's not a lot going on to separate the two, and that's this fight. That's this fight. Whoever can use their jab to separate themselves will usually win rounds. It comes down to the jab. Whoever can just, well, there's nothing going on. There's a lot of dead space. Whoever can fill that space with the jab, and Teofimo's doing it right now. Whoever can fill that space with the jab is going to win rounds. He's going to steal rounds. He's going to grab rounds. And the other thing I'm looking for is who can create some offense. And that means created probably off the jab. Who can be the most creative here without being careless to create some offense when it's not easy to create in this kind of stylistic fight? It's an interesting fight. I know some people might start to say it's getting boring. I don't find it that way. I find it kind of like strategic and interesting and like a chess match. Who's going to make the right move? Who's going to make the wrong move? I see it like a baseball game where you're watching two great pitchers hitting the corners, mixing up the speeds, keeping the other guy's bat on their shoulders, taking the bat away from the other guy. I see it like that. And if I see it like that, I want to see who's going to make the first mistake of throwing a fastball over the middle of the plate and getting one sent out of the stadium. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue this way. It's starting to feel like some of the fights we've seen with Teofimo, with Jermaine Ortiz, with Sandor Martin becomes a little bit more of a chess match in more recent fights.
Yeah, I agree.
Just feels like to me, Barbosa doesn't have the proper plan right now to deal with this movement. I mean, he's just reacting. He's following. He doesn't know how to cut off the ring. He's not jabbing. He's waiting.
And he's worried about making a mistake. He's cognizant, which is a good and bad thing. He's cognizant of the power and the ability of Teofimo to end the fight with one shot. And that's good to be aware of that. That's good. But it's not good if that consumes you, if that controls you, if you don't have a plan to deal with that, because you knew that was going to be there. And that's to your point. And that's a great point, Bud. You know what, Bud? It's nice to do a fight with somebody who actually knows something about the damn sport. It really is.
What
And
time
that's
do
not
you
me
got?
being a father who's just throwing cherries and flowers to you. I'm just telling you how I feel, the truth. I like that Barboza went to the body there.
I'm curious, where are you at in this fight right now? I'm at the minute
120.
35.
I'm at 125.
Okay, so you're 10 seconds earlier than me. That's fine. You don't need to pause it. I just wanted to know, and for the viewers out there.
I'm
So
glad I don't need to pause it. You know why, right, Bud? You know why, Bud?
We
Full
might not get.
transparency. We're not afraid to be truthful here with my shortcomings, because if we paused it, we might not be on the air anymore. Because
Yeah,
I
don't
would,
pause it.
because I would screw it up, because I would blow it up, because I am not a genius with technology.
It's tough part when you do a fight like this, right? And there's not a lot of action. You start to hear the honking of the cars and just the conversations in the crowd.
Well, normally you don't. That speaks to how novel this fight is and how unique this fight is. But you're the first time I ever heard a commentator say, if this fight don't go good, we might hear the honking of horns. Usually you don't hear honk. Usually that's not possible.
Oh, nice left hook by Teofimo.
He's looking at counter now, Teofimo. You know why? Because Barbosa is getting a little over anxious, a little antsy, a little frustrated, and he's starting to come a little into the geography of Teofimo. And if he does that, counter opportunity, because Teofimo can do more than one thing. He can do more than punch. He's got fast hands. He can counter. He has a good boxing IQ. You know, he can do those things. He can adapt. Where he's had troubles with guys that really stretch out the ring, that use their jab, that stay really far outside, and force Teofimo to have the burden of getting into a punching zone or punching position. He's not being forced to do that. I think Barboza has the capabilities physically to do that, the traits, the physical assets, if you will, to do that, but he ain't doing it. Usually the only time you see fans lined up at Times Square like you're seeing them now, right? But
yeah, New Year's.
It's New Year's.
Yeah, that is where the ball drops right there. Teo to me looks like he's growing by the second now. You could see his confidence. You could see his the end of the last round, some of that showboating. He's got his swagger going.
And you can see on the back of Barbosa, and I think Bokai, where they got some of that cupping done too. You know, sometimes you get that therapy, that massage therapy, that cupping to loosen up your back. It looks like they both had a little, I think they both had a little of that, especially Barbosa. There's Barbosa trying to come in now, feeling that he's pressured to do it. And there's Teofimo. I'm going to give him his flowers, showing another dimension that he don't get credit for sometimes. His defense. He's showing you the ability to be elusive and to frustrate Barbosa.
That's what Barbosa needs to do, in my opinion. He just did it for the first time. That left hook to the body. You got to start making this a raw fight, digging to the body. I know you got to do it responsibly, but I need to see some urgency out of him.
Especially since Teofimo just exhibited his ability to make a miss, moving his head. You know, right, bud? I mean, when the head moves, what does that mean? That means the body's still there. The head moves, but the body's there. If you chase the head, you're going to have a problem. You're going to come up short. But if you go to the body, you have a chance to freeze the head movement and then find, what did the old timers used to say? They used to say, kill the body, the head will follow. I don't, listen, there's some close rounds here, but I think Teofimo is controlling the rhythm. Is that fair to say, Bud? That if that's the scoring criterion, it's not that either one is dominating as far as the most important criterion, landing clean punches. But I think Teofimo, you got to look for different things when it's this kind of fight. You look for ring generalship. You look for who's controlling the theme of the fight, the rhythm of the fight, the tempo of the fight. I think that's Teofimo right now. I'm not scoring it, but I just think that he's winning the fight. Again,
I
if you
think
want to
it's
use
four
old,
nothing right now. I
if
don't
you
think
want
it's.
to, yeah, you might be right. But if you want to use the coin phrase that they like to use, ring generalship, I like to say rhythm. I like to say tempo of the fight. But ring generalship is probably being controlled by Teofimo.
Yeah, I'm disappointed so far with Barbosa. I don't think he's done anything.
They're doing an interview now with Conor Ben, who lost his first fight and won his biggest moment of his life by the way he behaved, by the way he performed, by the way he took punches by a bigger man, the way he dug down to go to a place that he'd never been before, he never had to go before. To, like I'd say, to really bring light to a dark room. I mean, he put on an iconic, really performance last week across the pond with the greatest fans in the world. I always say it, our brothers and sisters across the pond. He put on just a historic, it was a historic, iconic performance with him and Eubank. What they did was good for the sport, good for the fans, good for themselves. They really went to a place that very few people can ever go to. They really did. They went to a place that most people wouldn't dare try to go to. I mean, they reminded me of Christopher Columbus, the guy who's going across the sea, right? And he just went further than anyone else when everyone thought there was nowhere further to go. They thought the world was flat. But he went further. He found out there was somewhere else to go. That's what Ben and Eubanks did last week. That's what they did. Back to this fight. Teofimo's starting to showboat. You better not showboat too much. He'll take himself away from the things he needs to do, he's doing, which is controlling the theme of the fight, the tempo of the fight, the rhythm of the fight. You're not going to control the rhythm of the fight if you're showboating. You're going to control the rhythm of the fight by using your jab right now. And throwing in feints, keeping your opponent off balance. Good counter left hook by Teofimo. Every time Barbosa gives up his height a little bit, trying to create some offense, every time he takes a little risk, Barbosa, he's worried about taking a risk. Every time he takes a little risk, Teofimo reminds him of why he shouldn't take a risk. He touches him with a counter. And that's going to serve Teofimo to keep Barbosa out, to keep him a little tentative. And that's what Teofimo wants to do. He wants to keep him tentative.
Maybe I'm being too critical here. Maybe it was a tough weight cut for Barbosa. He is a big son of a gun at 140 pounds. Maybe it was tough on him draining and getting down, but I don't see anything out of him right now. I don't see strength. I don't see desire. I don't see a jab. I just see a guy waiting and following him around. And when he does go like that big wide right hand a second ago, it's wide and too slow. Teo sees it coming.
And Teofimo's gaining confidence.
Oh, yeah. He's that sponge you talk about. He's growing. Touching his feet. Feels like he's going to set him up with a little check hook. Some of the fans were asking, can you just explain, does power come on that hook when it's a check hook? Because to some, it may seem like it's not a powerful punch.
No, where the power comes from is two things. It comes from it being short and snappy. Power, the shoulder. Good snap from the shoulder. Good shoulder snap. You get power. But it also comes with the element of surprise. Catching your opponent unexpectedly, unprepared, unwittingly. Anytime you catch a fighter unwittingly, you're usually doing two things. You're catching him clean, and you're catching him before his mind has a chance to steel itself, to ready itself to take a punch. And when you do that, you're gonna have more impact. You're gonna be more destructive. And that's why check hooks can score knockdowns.
We got some fans asking, talking about adjustments here. If you're ever going to train again, there's not a lot of action going on in this fight, so I figured I'd just throw that at you in between here.
You know, I get asked, by fighters and managers from time to time to come back. But I'm not going to come back unless it's a situation where I'm not only with a guy that makes sense as far as that place, you know, professionally, that it makes sense as a fight that I think, you know, is important enough, is interesting enough for me, big enough for me, just consequential enough and meaningful enough, and a bit of a challenge too. Somewhere you have a chance to help do something at a pretty good level. But having said all that, it also has to be coupled with being with a guy who I want to be around. At this point in my life, I want to be around people like my grandchildren, my family, my children, people I know and I like. I don't want to be around. Boy, Barboza just missed countering with the right hand there. Just missed. That was a good idea by Bosa. I want to be around. I want to be around somebody that I enjoy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm a little behind you. That was a nice right hand. He
I want to
buckled
be
his
around.
knees a little bit.
Yeah, it did. Well, it shows you it made him back up. It made him go defensive a little. So that kind of acknowledges right there what it did to, you know, that he felt it. But to finish that question to the fans, I just want to be around good people. I want to be around somebody that if I'm away in camp with them for 2 months with my family, I enjoy being with that person. It's not only about the money. It's not only about the job, but it's about being around somebody that you feel comfortable. And again, you just enjoy being around. That has to be there at this point. It has to be there. This is a little warming up a little bit. That jab, again, to me, is the most important element here. During these dead spots, who can control the rounds with the jab? Who can at least fill those dead spots with the jab? It looked like a better round for Barbosa.
For sure. That one punch alone might have won the round.
Good counter right hand. Teofimo showed a good chin there. I don't even know if he saw the punch. He took that punch well, Teofimo. You know, he's got what a lot of times I would always say, and Customato, my mentor, used to say, is part of what it takes to have a good chin. And that might be an interesting thing for fans to hear, even though you didn't ask that question yet. But it takes good eyes. It takes a good, strong will and disposition. It takes a desire to take the punch, a mind that says, no, I refuse to be hurt. It takes that kind of attitude and mindset and mental toughness. But it also takes a thick, strong neck, because that's the shock, that's the physical component. That's the shock absorber. And Teofimo has a thick, strong neck. And he just showed a really good chin a minute ago.
Yeah, they just showed the unofficial scorecards. That was the first round Coppinger gave to Barbosa as it 5 rounds to 1. I'd agree with that right now for Teofimo. And on the live, Teofimo Lopez up to minus 1,100 favorite now.
So that goes in concert with what we think we're seeing. And of course, what the bookmakers are seeing and reacting to. Usually you look at their lines and you get a pretty good idea what the scorecard should be. See, this is the kind of round that's important. I'll tell you why. For both fighters. It's important that Barboza, who's behind, finally won a round that he keeps it going. He keeps the momentum. He builds on it. He doesn't stop the momentum. And it's important for Lopez to stop the momentum. For those two varying reasons, very simple. A round like this is really, to me, I make a mark next to this round. That this could be a telltale round. Does Barbosa grow from this round like we talked about, you talked about, where he continues to flow the momentum forward? And does Teofimo end the momentum?
The movement of Lopez has slowed down tremendously the last 2 rounds.
But he's still standing guard at the gate. He's still ready to. What I mean by that is he's still ready to deliver at the gate. He's still looking like the Centennial at the gate. He's still looking like the boss. He's still looking like the guy who, again, I'm the guard at the gate, and you ain't coming through this gate. He's still exuding that body language, if you will, and that readiness, if you will.
I think it's a good round, though. He's allowing Barbosa to take this round right now.
I think it's up for grabs.
Maybe an adjustment.
Oh, good counter right uppercut. Pretty good counter right uppercut at the bell. Barbosa feels like he won the round. He feels good. It's a round that was a close round. It could go to Barbosa, I agree. If he needs it to keep the momentum going. He needs it. But my question in that round would be this. It was up for grabs. Did Barbosa do enough to grab it?
I thought he did. I didn't think Lopez did much that round. I thought Barbosa started using the jab better that round. Landed a couple right hands as well. You see a little swelling now under the left eye of Teofimo.
I'm going to concur with you, bud. When in doubt, we have a saying in boxing, me and Cuss used to always say, when in doubt, use your jab, but use it at the right time, the right place, because it could be a dangerous weapon as well as a positive, important weapon. It could be dangerous. You throw it at the wrong time, the wrong space, the wrong position, you could get caught with a counter right hand. When in doubt, use your jab appropriately. But I added one thing. When in doubt, listen to you. That's what I'm going by. When in doubt about the scoring of a round, I'm going to you. And that's my experience, too. That's my experience. I'm experienced. This gray hair didn't come because it's premature, bud. It came from a lot of years, 50 years in this business. And what that does is it puts the onus on you. It's like an escape for me. I could put it on you. With love, I would never do nothing to hurt you.
I'll take it. I got a 5 rounds to 2. Teofimo Lopez right now. That's the way I see it after 7. Got 2 minutes left here on my TV, 8th round.
So what you're saying is Barbosa has to just keep stringing rounds together.
Yeah, it feels like there's been a
Try to
shift.
set traps, bud. He's using the jab to push and pull. I like that. You push the guy back, the shorter guy, the counterpuncher right now, the guy who's dangerous. You push him back with your jab, and then you step out. You pull him in.
Yeah, you just nailed it.
That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, it feels like he's made the adjustments, Barbosa. It feels like Teofimo is struggling to close the gap now. He's coming up a little short. Barbosa is controlling range better, countering better.
Where's the jab from either one?
Feels like Teo's taking the round off.
Yeah, he's allowing. I don't know if the word is too strong or not appropriate, but it seems like he's kind of allowing Barbosa to steal rounds, or at least
100%.
to grab rounds where he's allowing him to gain confidence. He's allowing him to get back in a fight. And again, to the credit of Barbosa, he's using the jab. The thing that when in fights like that, the guy who separates himself with the jab is going to grab close rounds. He's going to steal close rounds. And I think he's got the reach advantage. I know he's got a little height advantage. And it makes sense for Barbosa with his style of fighting and his mentality of fighting, being more of a boxer. It makes sense for him to be jabbing more than Teofimo. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
I
makes
think
sense.
Teo gave that round away. I have a 5-3 now, Lopez.
But one thing I want to make clear, in saying that it makes sense for the longer guy, the taller guy, the boxer to use the jab to give himself a best chance to use his abilities, his advantages, his assets. That's true. But do not mistake that for me saying it's not important for the shorter man to use the jab. Sometimes it's actually more important. Mike Tyson is an example of that. He was always the shorter man. And part of what allowed him to be in control with the taller men and fighters was his ability to use his jab, to take away the jab of the taller guy, to negate the taller guy's advantage of the jab, to keep the other guy at least honest, where he didn't dominate with the jab. And I think the case could be made here that the shorter man, the more powerful man, the more, aggressive man usually, Teofimo, needs to use that jab as much as Barbosa needs to use it, maybe more. Actually, maybe more. Because since he hasn't been using it, Barbosa's starting to control with his. And starting to grab rounds.
Yeah. That's exactly right. I was saying early on, Barbosa wasn't jabbing, and you're right. Now Lopez isn't.
If you're the shorter guy, the more powerful guy, and you want to help the other guy, and of course we know you don't want to, but let's just say you want to help the other guy. You know the best way to help him? Don't jab. If you're the shorter guy, the more powerful guy, you want to help the boxer, don't jab. Make his job easier. Look just for power shots. If you're only looking for power shots, it makes the other man's job a lot easier. And it makes his defense easier because it's easier to see one shot, power shot coming at a time. Right there, Teofimo put some shots together, but they weren't deep enough. He didn't step enough with them. They came up a little short, and Barbosa was able also to block them. Barbosa keeps his hands up pretty good.
Vegas thinks Teofimo Lopez is pulling away. He's up to minus 2,000 on the live betting favorite right now.
I don't agree. They don't make a lot of mistakes. I would put a small play with that line. You want to give me that kind of line, chance to make money on a small wager? I'll take Barbosa right now on a small wager. Now, look, I'm doing that at my own peril. I know what my peril is. One, I'm behind in a fight. And two, the house favorite is Teofimo. And you know how boxing can be. The judging can make you scratch your head. So, at your own peril, understanding the waters of boxing,
Because
You know,
because of the odds, you're just saying because of the odds that it shouldn't be that big, not necessarily that you think Barbosa is going to win the fight. You just see value that way. Is that correct?
I think he's moving in the direction where he's giving himself a chance to win the fight enough
Yeah.
with that kind of value in betting. You're going to offer it to me, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take a
Right.
close round, but he might have stole that round too. But he
That
did a
was a
little
tough round
less.
to
He
score.
did a little less. There's the famous photographer, Neil Leifer, who had that iconic picture. I think it was the
Yeah.
one of Ali standing over Sonny
Sonny
Liston.
Liston. Yeah.
But we were with him in Saudi on our last trip.
Yeah, he
with
was
him
a
and his
gentleman,
son.
him and his son. Yeah, that's right.
But the point I'm making here, Bud, if you're going to give me that kind of odds in a fight that's close, yeah, I think Teofimo probably took that. Just with that clean right hand might have been enough to win that round. So maybe I'm going to
Yeah.
slow down on my little wager on Barbosa. But
I still have him behind 3 rounds,
I
whatever
still
that's worth.
think that if he wins this round, Barbosa, and you're going to offer me plus 2,000 or some big crazy number, I'll put a very small, safe wager on him, knowing that I'm probably throwing it away, but I'm also that the risk is worth the reward. So, I would just play with it that way, even though I think right now, like everyone else, Lopez is winning the fight.
Right.
But again, I just feel that it's still there.
Yeah, I was just going to say what you were saying earlier. Although not a lot of action and fireworks, you used a baseball analogy. This is still up for grabs. It's still intriguing in those ways.
It's getting to that point of no return.
Right.
Barbosa is in the unenviable position of being a guy at the point of no return. That if he doesn't win these last rounds, these championship rounds, as we like to call them, then the boat's going to sail on his chance to win. The boat's going to sail, and it ain't coming back to harbor. He has to win this round. He has to win this round, or set anchor in the bay for a loss. Yeah, in other words, what I'm saying now, I think we broke down the fight analytically pretty good throughout, before, during, and now coming towards the end. But what I'm basically saying now is that with all the needs that I said Barboza had to do, control geography, use the jab, keep Lopez at the end of his punches, don't make mistakes, set traps, create offense off your jab without risking yourself. Right now, what I'm saying is throw that all out the window. You got to take a risk. You got to take a risk. Sometimes that's what life comes down to. You try to do it the planned way, the way that was strategic, that gave you the best chance to be successful in whatever you're doing, whatever your fight in life is. Everyone has a different fight in life. But then sometimes you get to a place where you just got to take a chance. And I think Barbosa's at that place that he's got to make a choice. And I think he's not being honest with himself, putting his hands up in the air. Maybe he thinks he's winning, but I think it's up to his corner to tell him the truth, that you need these rounds, that you might think you're winning. And fighters will think that. I get it. I understand. Because, they're fighting. They're not outside watching themselves. They're not scoring. They feel they're doing what they're supposed to do. That's good. They think they're winning. When they might not be. It's up to their corner to set them straight. But again, right now, it's up to I think it's up to the corner. I'm not saying that you want to, I'm not saying you want to completely roll the dice, and crap out, but you gotta tell them, hey, you need these rounds, and you need them as large as possible, and that means you probably have to take more risks than we were hoping you were going to have to take going into this fight. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to go against some of the things maybe that we didn't want to go against. You might have to give up some of your geography, and you might have to just go get it. Because sometimes, again, in life, you just have to go get it. You just have to, you have to say, hey, I just wanted more than the other guy right now. And whatever it takes, I'm going to do it. And right now, Barbosa's he's just not showing me that attitude, that body language, that he's just not going in that direction.
Yeah, I'm with you. Vegas is saying the same thing you're saying. We're saying he needs a knockout. 10,000 minus 10,000 live now for Teofimo Lopez. But I just was frustrated, like I said early in the fight, but I didn't see that fire at any point. I didn't see the right game plan. I thought there was a little adjustments, the little success he had, and then kind of reverted back. But you're right. At some point, you got to go for it.
Well, your eye, your intuitiveness, you were right. What you saw was right. He was missing that fire. And now, of course, Teofimo's showing off defensively. He's making a miss. He's moving his head. And again, if a guy moves his head, you got to do that. You got to go to the body. You don't chase the head. You go to the body. Try to slow him down. Slow the head movement down. Teofimo is this fair to say? He might have been a little better prepared to execute his fight plan, his strategy, number one. A little bit more willing to do it, number two. And just a little bit more, maybe not a little bit more, but maybe just a bit more talented. Is that fair to say, Bud?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think he's definitely more talented. You could see he's the twitchier guy. He's the much faster guy. Probably carries more pop in his hands, but yeah, I think he's a different level of talent.
I'm enjoying doing this with you, Bud.
Me
I
as
hope
well.
the fans are. I hope Matt is. I hope he's passing the word. Not just passing the beers around. And it's always nice to watch a fight, having whatever the choice of your beverage is. Non or alcoholic or non, doesn't matter. Again, I don't think that Barbosa approached that round the way you have to approach it, being behind, or at least we think he's behind it. I don't think he approached it with that kind of urgency, if you will. And what I saw at the end of the round was him putting his fist up.
That's the only time he has urgency.
It's a good point. We're not trying to disparage him, but it's a true point that I think if he really, obviously he believes it, I think he's lying to himself. I just don't think that he's being honest with himself. And I don't know. Sometimes when you're the guy fighting, it's hard to be honest with yourself. It's hard to be able to determine whether you're winning or not winning. It's hard because in your mind, if you're doing the things you think you need to do, you may equate that to winning when in reality, it ain't. And that's where, again, you need some separate eyes. You need a pair of eyes as your trainer to kind of see that and deliver the message, good or bad. But the one thing you don't want to do is be in the locker room later on the losing end of it and say, Why didn't you tell me I was behind?
That's where it could be tricky when your father's the coach, right?
It can be because the father, more than anyone else, has a vested interest. That's his flesh and blood. The father wants to see the best. He's a father. He wants to see the best. He hopes to see the best. And sometimes some fathers don't have the capacity to separate the father-son part where they can see whether or not the person that they, used to change diapers for is really doing what he needs to do versus what the father wants to believe he's doing. But in this case, I haven't heard the corner of the father. I would say he must have did a good job because, or maybe a better job than Barbosa. And I don't know if that's fair because I'm just assuming. I don't know any proof to it other than what I've seen as the performance of each guy being aggressive or not aggressive in certain spots. I think Barboza is being more aggressive this round, but not effectively aggressive. He's throwing. He got a little careless there. He might have walked into a little something. Oh, good counter left hook by Bosa. He should have followed up there. That was a nice counter left hook by Bosa, getting Lopez to reach. Right now, Barboza doesn't need competitive rounds. He needs clean winning rounds. He doesn't need close rounds. He needs definitive big rounds for him. And that means taking risk. I'll say it again. That means taking risk. And right here, the last 20, 30 seconds, he hasn't done that. I mean, as soon as the bell rings, I bet you he raises his hands. And I know some fighters do it anyway, automatically. But Teofimo raised his hands. He's up on the ring ropes. I think that his body language and belief is very sincere. He did his flip there. I think his belief that he won is real, that he does feel he won. And I think he probably has the right to feel that. I don't know that Barbosa's can be quite as legitimate. I don't know that he really feels he won. But that doesn't matter. What matters now is what the judges put down on their paper in front of them. And I hope they don't have erasers. I never like the look of a judge with an eraser, but that always gives me a little bit of a bad feeling when they have an eraser.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. A golfer or a judge with an eraser on the pencil.
Yeah, that's right.
I was disappointed with Barbosa. I've said it enough. I wanted to see more out of him. I wanted to see a better game plan coming in. I wanted to see more fire down the stretch. And I do feel like he was fooling himself a little bit, thinking he was winning those rounds when I don't think he was. But we're going to find out soon on these scorecards.
Some nice clean punches there. That right hand by Teofimo. Nice right hand there. And you know why he landed it, Bud? Not just because he threw it, not just because it had good trajectory in it, good form. He landed it because he timed it as Barbosa was jabbing from too close. I said earlier, a jab is a great weapon, but it has to be in educated hands. If you throw the jab from too close, that's where good trainers come in the gym. You got to teach this in the gym. But if you throw it from too close, you're going to leave a window open for the enemy of the jab, the right hand. And that's what he did. That's why the right hand landed there for Lopez. Here's the scores. That's Lopez. With those kind of scores, it has to be Lopez. when
Oh
you
yeah,
heard
it's
those scores,
Lopez.
what were the scores, bud? I know one was huge.
Yeah, 118, 110, 116, 112 twice.
Yeah,
No issues with those.
once you heard that disparity, that
They
space,
got it right. I had 3 rounds for Barbosa. I had it 5-1, then I had it 5-3 at some point, and then I didn't think he won another round.
he's showing sportsmanship. He's
I
showing the
agree. Our
part.
buddy Matt Borgeson just chimed in. Maybe the takeover is back. I do agree. This was his best performance maybe since Loma. You know, it wasn't great versus Jermaine Ortiz, Sandor Martin. Obviously, had a good performance and won more titles at the next weight class versus Josh Taylor. But he fought the right fight tonight. We will see. But it sounds like this is going to be his last fight at 140 pounds. He'll be moving to 147. And at 147, you got Brian Norman as a belt. You got obviously Boots Ennis. And they announced today, did you see this? Mario Barrios, the other belt at that weight class, is going to fight
Pacquiao.
Manny Pacquiao.
That scares me, bud. I love Pacquiao.
Wow. Me
I'll say it
too. I know
again.
you do.
I love him as a man, what he's done for his country, what he's done for other people, what he's given to people, how he's looked out for people of poverty, where he came from. He's never forgotten where he comes from. He's an iconic fighter. He's been one of the great fighters, probably of all time. I mean, it's hard to get Teddy Atlas to say that, to say a modern day fighter could fit in with any eras that had fighters with 200, 300 fights, that fought everybody. But Pacquiao is the kind of guy that I could put his name in there, with a fighter in this great history of this sport of any era. He's that great. And to now at this age, at this point, at this diminished point in his life, where those talents aren't there, where the only thing I can see for him is the possibility of getting hurt. It scares me. It upsets me. I know he has a right to pursue what to pursue what he wants to pursue in his life. I know that. I understand that. But that's when I get nervous, when I see fighters great fighters that stay too long. We've seen it. The history of the sport is littered with it, unfortunately, whether it's Ali, Joe Louis, I mean, whatever great you want to point at that stayed too long when their skills were no longer there. But no matter when it happens and who it happens with, you feel the same way. I feel the same way. It saddens you and it worries you to see it. But and how he gets a title shot after being inactive, that speaks to another part of the problem of this sport. Quite frankly, again, if you want to hear the truth, I'm going to tell you the truth of what I see, what I feel. Even if some people, it's not always going to be as comfortable as they want it to be, or on their side of the street, that it favors them or the position they're in or the company they keep or whatever. There's people that won't want to hear it, but I'm only going to say it if I think that there's reason to say it. And as much as I love Pacquiao, what he has stood for and what he's done for this sport, to give him a title shot at this point in his life and being inactive, I don't know. I just
Yeah.
I do know. Unfortunately, I do know. And it is sometimes part of the business that I've been in 50 years that you still have trouble reconciling sometimes. But anyway, I think that if Teofimo moves up with his talent, I can't go against him. He's always in a fight, but his size,
Just
kind
going
of
to
like
ask you that. Yeah.
kind of like Lomachenko, the great Lomachenko. When he moved up, he did get to a place where you kind of knew he couldn't go any further, that the size was going to come into play. And I think that that's kind of where Lopez is right on the brink of, that it might be one step too far with the size. Might be. I'm not saying it is. I don't know. I have nothing to judge that on yet, other than my other than my judgment in the game, but nothing more definitive than that. So it's all speculation, but it's speculation with the experience I have. So I don't know. But I know he's talented enough to have a shot to do it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good fights out there. There's a lot of interesting fights out there. And that's part of why Turkey Al-Sheikh is really, like me saying this or hate me saying this, why he has become the face of boxing. Because he's making the fights that, again, the sport needs and the fans want.
Yeah, no question. With that being said, we're getting a lot of comments coming in. Let's start talking about this fight coming up next now. Devin Haney, Jose Ramirez. Our viewers want to know, does Ramirez have a shot to pull off the upset? Haney, huge favorite, 12-1 favorite coming into this one. Obviously, his first fight back since the fight versus Ryan Garcia. Just hear your early thoughts before this fight comes up in the next 15 minutes or so.
I like Haney. If my judgment is right, and part of me hopes it's not, even though I like Haney, I like both fighters. But if my judgment's right, and Ramirez is shop worn, he's got a lot of miles on the odometer. If he's a little shop worn, which I think he's shown in his past performances he might be, this former champion, gladiator. You love his style. You love everything he's given the sport, he's brought to the sport, the way he goes about the sport. You love it. But he brings that aggressive, warrior style. Go to the body, putting pressure. If he's going to still bring that style, but if his skill are diminished, if maybe his capacity to take a punch, his legs being old, if that's diminished, which I think it might be. He's 32. Haney's six years younger. If that's the case, then Haney has the perfect style and skill levels or skill sets to really, really, truly capitalize on everything I just said, to exploit what could be the shortcomings of Ramirez at this point. An aggressive guy who still wants to be aggressive, who wants to come forward, with a guy like Haney who can be a sharpshooter, a very accurate, laser-like puncher, a guy that puts combinations together, a guy who's really a real sharpshooter, a guy who can set traps, a guy who can control the outside, a guy who can make you pay price coming in. If Haney is back to that guy, and he wasn't that guy against Garcia, they made a mistake. And I think I know why him and his father made the mistake in that fight against Ryan. Because with all the craziness going on with Ryan, they thought that Ryan wasn't of right mind, that he wasn't right in the fight. Turned out he was ready for the fight. But who could blame him? I didn't think he was right for the fight, the craziness that was going on and the things he was saying and putting out there on social media and everything else and coming in heavy and the whole thing. So they fought a different kind of fight in that night. They didn't fight the usual Devin Haney fight. They fought like a sink and destroy guy, like a big puncher, like an aggressive. That's not their thing. That's not their strengths. That's not what the father trained him to be. They went outside of their identity. I think tonight they're going to be back to their identity. And if they're back to their identity, and if he is physically healed over that punishment he took in the Ryan Garcia fight, and if he's mentally healed and got his confidence back, and I have a feeling he is, this is the perfect guy to come back with. Yeah, he could test you because he's a warrior, but his style, especially if it's diminished, which I think it might be, that style can really, really be just what the doctor ordered for Haney to look great. And I mean look great, to illustrate the skills that we were used to him illustrating before the Ryan Garcia fight. So I'm going to take Haney, and I'm going to take him with a chance to get a stoppage in the middle and late part of the fight. So I'm going to ask you, for the people that are inclined to look at such things, I'm going to ask you, what do the betting, the bookies out there, what line do they have for an under-over or Haney by knockout?
Yeah. Haney by KO, plus 400. Haney by decision, minus 350. Over, under, 10.5 rounds. Under, plus 425.
How many rounds?
10.5.
I'm taking the under. And I'm taking Haney by knockout. Now, listen, I'm not trying to sit in the middle of the fence. I'm out there. I take responsibility for what came out of my mouth. But I want to make sure it's clear. Small play. You can't underestimate the experience and heart of Ramirez going rounds. Former champion. So small plays, 2 small plays. I like the odds. I like the odds. And
With that being said, Ramirez has never been knocked out in his career.
I like the odds. Thank you for telling me that. I still like the odds. And because he's never been knocked out is why those odds are there. They don't think he's going to get knocked out. So, again, I'll repeat myself. I don't want to lay that number for Haney to win. It's too big. I think he's going to win, though. But I will take a prop bet on the under and Haney by knockout. I'll take a small, controlled, responsible play on those 2 things.
Yeah, Ramirez's last fight.
If it goes over, I'm not shocked. But I would be shocked if Ramirez wins. That I might be a little shocked, a little bit. But I do like Haney to win this fight. But I'm just not going to lay an extraordinary number to win it by decision. But I will take the number they're giving me or offering me for him to win it by stoppage. Because when he's right, he's not a super puncher, but he's a clean puncher. He's a laser-like puncher. He's a sharp puncher. And he can put punches together. And he can dissect you. He can be a surgeon in there. He can use his scalpel as his punches. Haney can just, take you apart a little at a time.
Unless he's a little trigger shy mentally from the last fight with the vicious beating he took versus Ryan Garcia.
That's the cloud hanging over this. I said that already.
Right.
But you're right.
I want to ask you this.
Is he mentally ready? Did he physically recover? Did he mentally recover? Go ahead, bud. What are the fans, what are they saying towards what I just said and also towards their beliefs? And what were you about to say, bud?
I think the fans, I would say the most part, some of the comments I see probably like Haney. Some may disagree. Some fans think that Ramirez might have enough mentally to push him and take him to deep waters. Ramirez's last fight was versus Arnold Barboza. We just watched him fall short to Teofimo Lopez. He lost that fight by unanimous decision. I want to ask you about these cars, right? We never see fighters getting rides to the arena here. We always talk about the hardest part of a fight is the weight. We talk about in the locker room. You always see guys, they're moving around, right? Tension, motion relieves tension. Here they were. We were watching Ramirez, felt about a good 10 minutes. I don't know if he was sitting in traffic or they were just waiting there in the car where you can't move. Am I overthinking that? Is there something to this? This hasn't been done before. Are you the trainer? Are you blasting the heat in that car to get a sweat going? Do you prepare any differently, or is this just, hey, there's nothing to it, they go into the ring?
There's something to it. I don't want my fighter to think there's something to it, but there's something to it. I want to deal with it and do things as the trainer without him thinking there's something to worry about. But I'll do certain. I'm not going to blast the heat. I don't want him to get weak or to perspire too much or to lose fluid or that he's going to need The radiator needs water in the car for that trip it's about to take. The body
Right.
needs water for that trip. It's about to take 12 rounds, potentially 12 rounds. So I'm not blasting the heat, and I'm not making them sleepy. I won't do that. But to your point, I'm doing what I'm going to make sure that before they get in the car, that they moved around. They moved around. And here's a crazy one, but I'm going to tell you. You ask me a question, I'm going to tell you what my answer is, whether it sounds like something you expect to hear or not. You can't shadow box in a car. I wish you could, but you can't. I would have gotten a van where maybe they could move around a little bit. Maybe if somewhere they could have moved around a little bit if they're in traffic or if they're out there anything over 15 minutes. Then I would think about it. But in the car, coming there, having warmed up before they got in the car, I'm gonna have some lively music on. I'm going to have some giddy up music on. I'm going to have some electric music. I'm not going to, I'm definitely, I love Frank Sinatra, but I'm not going to have old Blue Eyes, belting up across the sea. You know what I mean? I love that song. I think that's the name. I'm not going to have that. I'm going to have whatever their favorite rap music is or whatever their favorite, whatever music it is. I want it to be lively. I want it to be animated. I want to keep them awake, to your point. Keep them awake mentally. You can't warm up physically. You can warm up mentally. Stay warm. And to finish that question, and it's a brilliant question by you. Not many people would bring out that question. Brilliant. It really is. But if waiting in the car is going to have impact on them, it's going to be early. It's going to be early in a fight where somebody could get caught cold because they didn't properly warm up mentally or physically, especially physically.
Right. It's nice to see Sugar Shane Mosley in the corner there. Bill Haney brought him in for this training camp to
I
help
like
Devin
that.
Haney. Yeah, me too. And on the other corner, got the great trainer, Robert Garcia with Ramirez.
Trainer of the Year, Ring Magazine. Trainer of the Year, Robert Garcia. It seems like anytime you look around to see who's got the champions, you see Robert Garcia in the corner. He's got so many of them.
Right.
And I like that sportsmanship. Robert Garcia shaking hands with Haney's trainer and father. David
Sun
Fields,
is
the
set
ref.
there, which is good. I was worried, would that become a factor at this certain hour with the sun, in the shade going down and then changing from daytime to nighttime? But I don't think we have to worry about any of that now.
The old-time fighters, back in the day when they fought 40 rounds, 30 rounds, 20 rounds, the old-time fighters used to regularly fight on the outdoors, outside. And you know what the real special veterans used to do, Bud?
What's that?
They used to position themselves where the opponent was facing the sun. Blinding them.
At least they could see him, not like those Royal Rumbles blindfolded many, many years ago.
Oh, my God.
All right,
Here's
2.5
Haney.
minutes in, first round. Or
Yeah,
30 seconds in, I should say.
Yeah, 221 at me. But here it is. Haney looking to control the outside. He needs to jab, of course, but I think he's looking to do what he does. Control the outside and look for counters. But he's not getting any counters because to get counters, you need a guy coming in and sometimes coming in a little reckless. And he's not getting that yet. But I think that's what Haney's looking for Ramirez to be a little reckless, over-aggressive. And I think what Haney's showing you is what he's not going to do. The opposite of what he did in the Garcia fight the last time he was in the ring. He's not going to be overly aggressive. He's showing you that. He's going to remind himself, or he's reminding himself of what him and his father probably prepared for in camp the last couple months, which is to get back to controlling the outside, using your jab, looking at counter, and looking at set traps. And what is Ramirez doing? Well, he's looking to do what he does. Come forward, not go backwards. But he's trying to do it where he's not reckless, where he doesn't throw too many of those fat punches he just threw. Where, for me, the Ramirez at his best is when he uses a jab to come forward and he brings his feet. And he doesn't throw wide punches. He throws punches when he gets inside to the body. For me, that's Ramirez at his best. Pressing behind the jab, using feints a little bit to keep the guy who's looking to time you're coming in, keep him off balance a little with the feints, keep him guessing with the feints. I like to see some feints from Ramirez. But then I'd like to see the aggression in a responsible way with the jab. And then when he gets inside, keep his hands free. Don't get tied up. Keep his hands free and throw short punches to the body. And keep punching until you can't punch no more. I think Haney, if he gets in close with Haney, I wouldn't doubt if Haney would tie him up, because Haney knows where his bread is buttered. It's on the outside, not the inside. He knows Ramirez's strength is on the inside. So why give Ramirez a chance to play at his strength when you can try to keep him at your strength?
It's the end of the first round. Haney's first round back since that fight. What are you telling him right now if you're in his corner?
You know, that's a great question. I'm telling him the same thing I told Michael Mora when we came back with his first fight after getting knocked out and losing the title to George Foreman in a devastating, devastating fight. We were winning all the way, every minute of every round, the 10th round, and got caught a punch by a great fighter and lost the title. His first fight back on HBO, which was really the most important fight of his life at that point. I said to him when he came back, I knew the ghost would be in the attic. I knew this, the doubt, all the things that would be in anybody's heart and mind. Anyone who's normal. The first thing I said to Michael Mora was, okay, now you know it's just what you've always done. Just another fight. It's just another fight. You're good. You're back. Go out there and do what you do to make you a champion before. And I think that's what the father would have told his son. Okay, you got the hardest round out. You got the first round. You know you're back. You know everything works. You know you're fine. You're back to doing what you do. Go do it. Go be a champion. Go ahead, son. Go ahead. Everything's good. Psychologically, put the kid on the right track.
Yeah, it's so important to get that reinsurance. Sometimes, like you always say, they don't know how good they're doing in there, and they need to be told. They need to feel it. That right strap on his right foot is bothering the heck out of me right now. I wish his trainer and father would tighten that up.
And I tell you one other thing. Besides the psychological thing I would have told him, which I think was the most important in the corner, I would have told him what you just saw there. As he left, I would have grabbed him and said, and by the way, son, use your jab.
Yeah.
Because he didn't jab the first round. Because I understand why. The first round was just about finding out that he was okay, that he was back, that he could rely on himself, that he was the old Haney, that everything was right, everything was in order, nothing was broken. Now that you got that answer, now you got to go and start doing what you do. Use your jab. And he didn't use the jab the first. And again, I give him the pass. But this round, you got to start jabbing. And every round, you got to build on it. Because as the jab goes, Devin Haney goes. Because once you start controlling the guy with your jab, those sharp combinations start coming. And then traps start coming. And then counters start coming. And then control of space starts coming. And you're starting to see it here. And again, I said it in the first fight. It's obvious who has the better jab. That's Haney. But what's not obvious is who needs it the most, because it's easy to think that the boxer needs it the most. And he does. He needs it a lot, the boxer, on the outside for his game to go right. He needs that jab, and that's Haney. But the aggressor, he needs the jab to get in. He needs the jab to set up his power punches. He needs the jab to get to his geography without being counted on the way in, without being pot shot. He needs the jab to stabilize the boxer on the outside. And I think the message from the great trainer in the corner, Robert Garcia, of Ramirez, has to be that message. You got to, I know you want to get in. Go ahead, move your head, bring your legs, but bring your jab. We need that jab. Don't let him out jab you. Don't let him dominate you. Don't let it be easy for him to win these rounds just with the jab. Make it hard for him to dominate you with the jab. Use your jab. I like that round for Haney. I thought he started to get comfortable. And I agree, that strap. I think David Field, the ref, heard you, bud. They heard you. You got a loud voice, bud. You got a good voice.
Oh, there it is. They can't fix it though. What kind of? Oh, Sugar Shane. I mean Shane. Yeah, Shane's on it. All right. I think he's
Shane
got the
knows
same
what
guy
to
made
do.
those for him that made the Timberland boots for Stephen Fulton, the shoe surgeon. I think he
Yeah.
made some special ones for Ryan Garcia tonight as well.
They look good, especially when they're strapped.
You know, I know the dangers of being reckless and coming forward. We know Ramirez is a pressure come forward fighter, as you see him now. But did he drop the ball? Did he miss some opportunities in the first two rounds, not doing more, and now allowing, in your words, Haney to start finding himself settling in mentally and physically?
Yes and no. Yes, in the way he allowed Haney to maybe gain some confidence. Good counter hook by Haney. He allowed Haney to gain some confidence to get out of the woods, the early woods that he had to get out of, where there was the most doubt that's going to be there all night. Yes, you're right. But no, in a way that it takes time for the car to warm up. It takes time to warm the engine up. Ramirez was always a bit of a slow starter that needed a little bit of rounds to get the engine going, to get warmed up. A lot of damage wasn't done physically by not warming up the first two rounds. Again, he might have given Haney a little confidence that he didn't want to give him, but no, no other damage was done. Now he has to warm up. Now the engine has to be running. Now he can't leave the car in the driveway. Now he's got to get on the highway. If he doesn't start getting on the highway now, well, he might never get on the highway. He might never get home.
That's exactly what it feels like. Yeah, I feel like those first two rounds were what he needed to be in this fight and to put more doubts into Haney, not allow what we're seeing now, a guy to grow confidence and move around the ring and control the ring generalship. We got some question. Our boy Matt's asking, do you see any change in style from Haney, or is this kind of what you expect and what we've seen in the past before that Garcia fight?
I see him more, which I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked because of the circumstances, where he's coming from. I see a more conservative Haney. I see a more definitive, buttoned down Haney. And a more exact Haney, where he's thinking twice, where he might have thought once about letting those combinations go. He's thinking an extra beat on it because of where he's coming from psychologically from his last fight. But I see a smart Haney that knows his fight plan and a strategy that him and his father set up, and he's executing it. And I see him only getting better and growing with confidence and becoming Haney again. This fight's about him becoming Haney again. That's what this fight's about him getting back to what he used to be. when he got knocked off track in the last fight. And I saw what I touched on earlier, but in that last round. A smart, opportunistic Haney. The fans might not love it, but they don't care. All they care about is doing what they got to do to win. I saw Haney tie up Ramirez on the inside, and that's what he's going to do, and that's smart because Ramirez's only chance of winning this fight is on the inside. Ramirez cannot win on the outside. If this is an outside fight, you might as well go take your ticket to the window and cash in if you have Haney. And if you have Ramirez, you might as well do what they did in the Bronx Tale and just rip up the tickets at the racetrack. You know?
Come on, kryptonite.
Yeah. You might as well. You might as well. Because again, the only advantage really Ramirez has is inside. And Haney's going to take that advantage away by tying him up. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. And it's going to be the job of Ramirez, and I'm sure Robert Garcia prepared him for this, of not letting him tie him up, of moving his feet back a little bit so he continues to have space, by rotating his shoulders a little so he continues to have punching space, by keeping his hands in front of him and not giving him up and putting him behind Haney. In other words, not doing that. Where he got too close, Ramirez smothered himself, put his hands where Haney could grab him. That's not what you want to do. Again, that is not what you want to see if you have a ticket that says Ramirez, or if you just have your heart behind Ramirez and you want him to win. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see your guy take away the only chance and the only advantage he really has in this fight, the ability to punch on the inside. And he's taking it away from himself by smothering himself. I'd like to see Haney be more active on the outside, Bud, to be honest. But you know what? I'm not going to knock him. You know why? The other guy ain't doing anything.
Nothing.
He's posing. He's waiting. He's hesitating. He's thinking, but he's not doing.
It feels to me just like we were saying in the early rounds of the Barbosa Teofimo Lopez fight.
Yeah, I agree.
He's not jabbing on the way in. He's not cutting off the ring. He's waiting. Oh,
good counter.
It's starting to feel like maybe what you were saying in the lead up in the preview, also on our podcast episode, with some of these big clean shots of Haney, and he continues to grow here. He might start picking this guy apart from what I'm seeing.
Well, that's what I forecasted the possibility.
Yeah.
And that's what I laid out. And that's why I laid out the possibility. And I see it starting to happen. And the reason why it's starting to happen is because of two things. Because of what Ramirez is not doing. He's not putting effective pressure on him. He's not using his jab. He's not stabilizing Haney on the outside. He's not putting doubts into a doubtful mind that Haney had coming in here. He's not doing that. And the other part of it is it's going to take some time for Haney to gain full confidence. I don't know if he's going to gain it in this fight, but he's going to take a big step in gaining it. And that's going to take some rounds. And I think every round that goes by that Ramirez doesn't do more, I think is a round that allows Haney to start to find Haney again, to become Haney again. And if he starts to do that, it starts to grow, as you said, in front of our eyes, then I think that my situation and projection of the possibility of him being able to pick him apart a little bit and maybe get a late round stoppage, then it's possible. But if both guys are going to fight completely safe with no risk or little risk, then, well, then the bookmakers are going to look smart again of why they made it a prohibitive bet to take the over. See, I want to see the jab. I'm not seeing the jab. I'm sure the father of Haney has extorted him to use the jab. I'm sure he has. And by the way, I'm trying to say extorted, not extorted. I don't think the father would ever extort his son.
He's not going to win over a lot of fans with this, but hey.
Haney's got to start creating offense.
Yes.
With jabs. Instead of waiting for it to be dumped in his lap. And that's what he's doing. He's waiting for the guy to make a big mistake, throw a fat punch, reach in so he can hit him with a combo or hit him with a counter. But he's got to start to look to create offense on the front end and stop looking for it on the back end. He's got to do what he just did there, bud. You're going to see it in about 4 seconds. You're a little behind me. He's got to put punches together.
Yep, right there.
And you see what you just saw? Or what you didn't see? Sometimes it's not about what you see. What's more telling is what you don't see. You didn't see Ramirez when Haney fell in. You didn't see Ramirez work. You didn't see Ramirez punch to the body. Again, Ramirez is it takes two to tango. I don't want to hear it from the people that say, well, Ramirez is getting tied up. Yeah, I know he is. He's letting himself get tied up. It takes two to tango. You ain't tying a guy up that doesn't want to be tied up.
Yeah, and the right game plan by Haney on the inside, right? That's what he should be doing. For those who may be saying right now that Haney is running too much, he's moving too much. To your point, he's not letting his hands go enough. He looks scared, maybe some may say. Is he just boxing the right fight and like you said, get the rounds in? Or, I mean, like you said, each round, is he shedding some of that fear? Is he going to start opening it up more? He does still look a little too trigger shy.
I think it's a little of both. I think it's a combination of him still being extra cautious, coming from where he's coming from a bad place, a place where, he got demolished to a certain extent. And to come back from that, it's not that easy. I think he's still exercising the ghost. It takes a while to do an exorcism. I think he's still exercising those ghosts that are still in the belfry, in the attic. He's still trying to get rid of them. And I think it's fair to the fight. I think it's fair to the smart fans out there that are saying, is he scared? I'm not going to use the word scared with a fighter, but is he extra cautious because of doubt, because of fear of leaving himself open and not being sure that he can do the things that he used to do because of doubt and fear of not being what he needs to be if he does let his hands go because he wasn't that the last time? Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think that's part of the process here, that this fight is a fight. Again, I'm going to say the same thing I said earlier. This is a fight to find Devin Haney. The title of this fight is In Search of Devin Haney. For Devin Haney to find himself again. And it's going to take rounds. And I think Ramirez is really missing a boat by not taking more advantage of Haney being in this doubtful position, of Haney being in this haze, this cloud of doubt. that he's not taking advantage of it by moving his hands more, while Haney is still hesitant from the last fight, still doubtful. Ramirez is it's just not. Oh, that was a good left hook by Ramirez. Ramirez got to do more of that. Get himself in position to start letting his hands go and start using the jab more and go to the body a little bit. I mean, I know Robert Garcia. I know he had to have part of the fight plan to jab, stabilize Haney on the outside, control his movement, and go to the body. Take air out of the tires. Because they know one of the greatest assets of Haney is his legs. So you know that part of the fight plan in camp had to be to go to the body to try to take the legs away. The problem is if you don't start doing it early, it sometimes becomes too late. Because going to the body is kind of like putting money in the bank in your CD. You put it in a CD where you get interest on it, but it takes a few months to get interest. If you go to the body, you're going to get interest, but it's going to take rounds. And I think if Ramirez had any idea of putting money in the bank, he's waiting a little long to do it. Well, at least he's moving his hands, Ramirez.
Yeah, but he's so wide and fat when he does. No, he leaves so many openings.
Yeah. But when you're doing it and the other guy's not punching at all, you still could be winning rounds.
Right.
I mean, because Haney didn't do much at all. And
no,
Ramirez didn't do anything effective. I'm with you. But he did something effective. He threw punches. And if you have two guys and neither one is doing much and one guy's at least throwing more, well, that guy's going to get the round. Or he's going to have a damn good chance. I haven't scored this fight. I thought Haney had control of it early. But I thought, Ramirez might have had a good round the last round. There's the scorecards. I could see an even first round. There wasn't much to separate the first round.
Sure.
But then they got Haney winning every round. And I could.
Yeah, the last two rounds were much closer rounds.
Yeah, I could see the first few rounds, yes. But like you just said, Bud, I might disagree with not giving any flowers to or any credit to Ramirez for the last two rounds. I'm not so sure it's a shutout.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Minus 2,000 live. Devin Haney, the
But
favorite.
you know
obviously.
who the house favorite is, and that's not me giving away secrets or talking out of school or favoring anyone. That's just me knowing the landscape of boxing, how it works, and telling the fans the truth. And telling the fans what they know already, the smart fans. They know it already. The house favorite is Haney. And anything, a close fight, the house favorite usually is going to get, it's going to get the advantage of being the house favorite. So, but right now, he doesn't need that advantage right now. Right now, he don't need that. Well, we had a little glitch there. I don't know if you got it, but a little glitch where my picture went out.
Yeah, I just got it too.
Don't worry, it's coming back, bud. Don't worry.
We're back. That was a nice uppercut.
Yeah.
By Haney.
Again, I think this fight's as much about what each guy is doing and not doing. And you could be on both sides of the street with that. Ramirez is not using the jab enough, not pressing enough, not punching when he's close. And Haney's not doing enough on the outside. He used the jab there. Okay, nice. But I'd want him to use it a lot more. I mean, he's got the advantage of speed.
Yeah.
He's got the advantage of precision. His punches are more precise, more sharper.
Yeah, he's the sharpshooter. I like, to your point, set some traps. I want to see the guys coming forward. He's getting a little top heavy, Ramirez. Set a trap. Take a step back. Let me see the uppercut. He caught him with a nice uppercut about a minute ago.
Here's what the dilemma is. In the corner, you need a combination of a strategist, X's and O's guy, right? The father, right? You need that. But you also need a motivator. You need a guy who's going to light a fire. But here's the control. Here's the problem with that. Here's where you got to be careful with that, bud. If you light the fire with Haney, you don't want. He's still a guy who came off a terrible beating, who still was a little bit of damaged goods mentally. If you do light the fire, do you have a risk of lighting a blaze that could, at the end, get him in trouble, where he could get reckless and get caught something and then mentally be brought back to where you don't want him brought back to that last fight. So you got to balance it. We know who those guys are, Tyson in the middle, and then you got the great Bernard Hopkins, one of the great middleweights, and then you got Shakur on the other side, a terrific boxer, a terrific controller of range, a terrific defensive fighter, a silver medalist, a guy who sometimes the fans would like to see do a little more.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's feeling like a Shakur fight right now.
Because nobody doubts the talent of Shakur. Sometimes they might doubt what we're touching on, the fire, the capacity to maybe take a few extra chances, maybe. But Shakur probably laughs at people like that. And I understand it. I can't blame him. He says, why should I take chances to make you happy when I'm doing what I know I do good and best, and what I need to do, and what I've been groomed to do to win? So I understand both arguments. I understand the fans' argument too. But getting back to this, I do think in the corner you need a guy saying, "Hey, use your jab, use your jab, son." Being, of course, we're talking about Haney. Use your jab. Start creating a little more offense on the front end, and then the back end where you will get the counters, you will get the traps. But you got to start using your jab a little more so this guy don't get confidence. And he gets desperate. If you hit him with jabs, you might make him desperate where he'll fall into a trap. And you wanna also give him a little fire under his backside, to fight with just a little more fire, or maybe quite a bit more fire. But you don't want to get yourself into the place where you're an arsonist and you burn your own building down because you got him so stoked up that he gets where he got in the Garcia fight, where he gets out of character and he walks into something. So it's a fine line to balance. It really is. I know the fans only think of one thing, Teddy. I'm not excited. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm with you. I'm just explaining it, but I'm with you. But I think I would be more disappointed right now, at least this round, and Ramirez not doing more. He's coming forward, but he's not punching. He's not jabbing on his way enough. Not enough. And when he gets in, he's smothering himself. So I'd be a little more on him. At least Haney, up until this point, the first half of the round, he was moving his hands on the outside a little bit more.
I said this before, but to me, this is like a carbon copy of the fight we just watched before with Teofimo.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, our viewers, they might be getting a little nappy for the Ryan Garcia fight. Not too much action, to say the least, here.
Well,
I'm going to get a little ahead of myself now and just ask you this. Assuming that Haney goes on and wins this fight, and let's assume Ryan Garcia does. We know what everybody's been talking about, what's next, right? We want to see, everybody's talking about the rematch, Haney and Ryan Garcia. And it's a done deal. It's already contractually signed. But watching this so far, and again, still not over, and we have to see what Ryan looks like. Should he have another fight or two before going into that fight? It just doesn't seem like he's ready to be thrown back into that fire based off of watching this.
I could give you that answer. You want me to contemplate it like it really takes some thinking and make believe I'm
No.
really thinking about it and it's a tough one to think about for me, or you want me to just throw it out the way it comes to me real quick?
Yeah, he
And
needs another fight, right?
at least.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He won't. I get it. The
That's
contract, the
like
money.
asking me at our barbecue. You know, bud, that's like asking me, does the steak need a little more time on the grill? And we cut into it and we see it all red and pink, and we say, yeah, it needs yep, it needs a little more time on this on the grill. And again, if I was to put my trainer's hat or my chef's hat on, I would say, yeah. Devin, who's been a terrific fighter, he's not back yet. He's not ready yet. He needs a
Yeah,
little more time
yeah.
on the grill.
With that being said, what is the difference in him right now compared to when he fought boxing and moving against like a Cambosos or somebody? Besides, obviously, the mental and the
Being the
confidence.
boss,
That's
being the
it, right?
boss, letting his hands go, having confidence in letting his hands go in the geography that he always had confidence because he knew that was his place. Now he don't know where his place is yet. He's not sure. Is that still my place? Am I still the king on the outside? Am I still the man on the outside? In those fights, Cambosas and those types, he always knew. There was no doubt of what his ID was, his identity. There was no doubt of what he needed and should do and could do. Now there's doubt in all those dimensions. Now there's doubt really in the biggest dimension. He's still not sure of what he can do, if it'll work right. And I understand it. I am not criticizing him. I mean, it's up to the fans. They want to boo. I get it. That's their prerogative. They paid for the fight. They invest in the fight. They're fans. They let out their feelings. Yeah, go ahead. You should. But I'm a trainer.
No.
And as a trainer, I know what's missing here. At least I'm going to give him the chance to get it back. And it's going to take more than one fight to get it back. If you don't get it back in another fight or so, then we could start saying and going down other streets.
After the Ben Eubank treat last week, this is a little torturous.
I like a little bit of what I saw the last 50 seconds, but not enough. A little bit more countering, a little bit more punching on the front end, a little bit more combination, but not enough. Again, it's the cloud of doubt. I know it don't look foggy in there. I know your television set is clear. I know that there's no, sometimes they got those smoke machines. There's no smoke, but there is fog. You just can't see it, but there is fog over the confidence right now of Haney. There is, and that's a pretty cool car.
Yeah, New York City, you see it all out there.
Look at that car. Is that the Batmobile?
That looks like it is the Batmobile, yeah. It's more exciting than the fight right now, seeing these nice cars. All right, this is the last one I'll throw at you.
It's a good thing I'm not watching it with our grandchildren.
Yeah.
Because especially my grandsons, because they would both say, they think I could, they think Papa could get them anything. They would both say, Papa, can you get me that car?
Something tells me you would find a way. That car would go from Manhattan to Staten Island right now. I'm going to ask you this last question.
Are you hinting that I know people that I know people smiling, of course, kidding, but I know people that might be in the business of making that happen.
You gotta have a guy. You got a
You gotta have
guy.
a guy. You gotta have a guy. I got a guy.
Back to this fight, I want to ask you this. And I know the most important thing is winning, right? You got to get out of here, survive in advance, work on it in the gym, and move on. With that being said, is it really important for him to finish this on a more positive note, Haney, and do some damage and go into some confidence and momentum into the next fight? Or, hey, just get the win and get the heck out of here? I don't see how he grows in confidence from this. I know he's back that way in there.
You
right?
want to build
But
a fire, right, bud? Right?
yeah,
We're trying to build a fire, and there was nothing but ashes left. Really, and this is the right analogy. There was nothing but ashes, timber, nothing left. And you want to build a fire and hope to get back to that blaze you used to have. This fight's about building a fire. So to answer your question, yes, you have to finish. It's important to finish with something to build on. It's important to finish with some logs, with at least some logs to throw in there that for the next time you can light them up. It's important to have something to build on, to finish with a few logs on the fire, and then you can go back to camp next time and say, okay, let's pick up where we left off. We put a few logs on the fire. Let's get back to burning those logs. You gotta have something to build on. And I think that that's what these next 2 rounds, I think, are very important to do. And look, if you don't do it, then at least, yeah, you got the win. And sometimes there are fights where you say the only thing that matters tonight, we were not on our A game for whatever reason. And we know the reasons here. We were not on our A game tonight. Tonight was a night that we just had to win. And then we work on our A game the next time. This isn't good here. Ramirez gained a little confidence finally. He's about 6 rounds late, but he's starting to put logs on the fire. He's starting to behave like the old Ramirez. He's starting to come forward. He's starting to throw punches. I don't know what took him so long. I don't know what took so long to get the memo, because the memo was pretty clear. You had a guy, and I'm sure Robert was telling him and yelling at him and frustrated. Here's one of the great fighters of all time, Roberto Duran. The memo was, there's Conor Ben, who had that magnificent and iconic fight. And there's a defensive whiz, world champion, counterpuncher, controller of range, Shakur Stevenson. There's a big man. I don't know how he makes the weight. He's a good puncher. He's a big man. I think he's still a work in progress. There's the GOAT of women's boxing right now.
Clarissa Shields.
But the point I was making was, what the heck took so long for Ramirez to get the memo that I'm sure his trainer was trying to give him? That, hey, this guy's not all the way back. This guy's not sure of himself. This guy's incomplete tonight. Now, next fight will be too late. Forget about rematch, because even if you got one, you're not getting one. He would be better because you let him get better. Tonight, he's there for the taking. And you ain't doing what you need to do to take it. You're not punching. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing complicated. You just gotta throw punches. This guy is not what he was. And I don't think it's physical. I do think it's mental. But he's not what he was before. And you're really missing an opportunity here to get this guy when it's the right time to get him. You're missing a great opportunity. And we know life is about boxing, life. It's about taking advantage of opportunities, not missing your opportunity. And right now, Ramirez, the former champion, had another opportunity right here tonight to get back in play, to get back to a place where he could get another big fight off of this. And he hasn't taken advantage of it. He has allowed, and I think this is the fairest way to say it. And he has come on. I think he's won the last couple rounds, but it's too little, too late, maybe. He just has not taken advantage of the moment. Probably a moment that will never be there again at this point in his career.
You're absolutely right. I couldn't
did
agree
not
more.
take advantage.
It's very frustrating.
And he's got no one to blame.
Yeah.
He can't blame Robert Garcia, the great trainer. I know that Robert Garcia has probably got laryngitis from yelling at him, imploring him, son, all you got to do, it's not fancy tonight. Move your hands. You've done that your whole life.
Right.
Do it one more time. You got a guy. This guy is not dangerous right now. The guy is too tentative to be dangerous. The guy is working off his back foot all night. The guy's not setting himself to punch. So even if he hits you, it's not going to be a big price to pay, son.
Yeah. You said it before the fight, and one of the viewers, Clarissa, just chimed in and said that Ramirez is a journeyman.
Clarissa Shields?
No, she's at the fight. A viewer named Clarissa.
And
she said that a journeyman, that's why he was chosen. And you were saying that before the fight, right? Is he too shop worn? Father Time. I mean, this guy was an Olympian in 2012. He's had a lot of tough fights, a lot of wear and tear. He just can't let it go.
No, they picked Ramirez for the hope that they were picking him for this reason. When you have a fighter that's still got value, they both have value, but Haney's got more upside. When you have a fighter that was a star and he lost his last fight, you want him to get back to being a star, right? When you know that he's in that fight, that comeback fight, that's really, at this point, it's a crossroads fight. Does he go forward again to where he used to be, or does he not? When you have that kind of responsibility, that investment at that point in a fighter, you have to choose the right guy to come back with. And to that fan, yes, you're right. You're a good fan. You're a good boxing person. You're right. They chose this guy with the hope that if their guy wasn't right tonight, and he wasn't right tonight, Haney wasn't right. He was trying to become right. But if he wasn't right tonight, that he wouldn't pay the ultimate price, that he would be able to skate, survive it. All right, the last round. To your point, Bud, and you and the fans have made good points. To your point, and it's fun doing a fight with a good audience, and a smart audience, and an involved audience, a committed audience. And right now, our audience that's probably trying not to fall asleep. I get it. I understand. But right now, I think that it's a little late. It's 2 minutes left. There's no doubt about it. It is what it is. The boat has sailed. But man, I don't know that I agree at all with the scorecard. I think that there was some rounds, but really, I think there was some rounds.
That's the AI judge right there.
I think there was some rounds. Maybe the AI judge needs a little oil. I don't know. But
he didn't give him. Oh, he gave him one.
I thought there was some rounds he could have gave him late. But with 1:30 left, I think that. Well, I guess it's too late now. But you would have liked to have seen some spark, just a little spark, because there hasn't been any fire. Just some spark, again, to light up those logs the next time Haney tries to go and build a fire. Just a little spark. And again, I understand what happens. I've been in boxing training all these years. I've been in boxing now 50 years. I understand. You could still be the Ferrari with the horsepower on the engine. You could still be the Porsche. You could still be that kind of race car. But you can't perform like that race car if the driver is not right. The driver was not right tonight for Haney. He was not right. I don't think that there was anything wrong with the car. I really don't. But I just don't think the driver was up to standards and up to par to drive that race car. And that's it. That's it. That's all I got to say. Like Joe Pesci in the My Cousin Vinny. I'm through with this.
Yeah, and thankfully we're through with this fight. That was boring. That was tough. I was laughing. One of the comments, one of the viewers said, the boxer shouldn't look fresher than the audience going into the 12th round. That was tough.
Yeah, that's a good one. We might be able to use that fan. Get his phone number. That's a dangerous fight. Not only because Dubois can punch, because Dubois is not the same guy he was in the first fight with these two.
Yeah,
Usyk is the special, very special man. And he's one of the greatest winners you have. That's his greatest asset, his greatest trait. He knows how to win, and he always finds a way to win. And I'm not going against him. I'm just saying he's getting older. He's getting old. He's been around a lot of amateur fights, tough fights in the pros now. And he's fighting a younger fighter who has found himself, who believes in himself now, who has confidence in himself now. That fight, I give credit to Usyk for taking this fight because he knows that it's going to be more dangerous. He knows that. But he doesn't flinch at danger. That's why he's so great. He takes on any challenge. I just have to be honest. I love Usyk. I like Dubois. I love redemption stories. I love what Dubois has done to come back and redeem himself. But I would have liked to have seen everything that Usyk has done in his career. I think he earned the right to go off into the sunset. I think in a perfect way that he could have went off to the sunset. But he didn't. And he also has earned the right to stay and to take this fight. So that's my 2 cents. Because I don't need to say more about this fight that we already watched. I said everything you can say. I think Haney's going to get it. I thought that Ramirez did get some rounds down the stretch. Not because he did anything special, but just that he did a little more than Haney was doing in those spots. But I do think that this was not the fight that was about Haney looking good. It just wasn't. We like to see him look good, but it was about Haney just getting through this fight, and winning.
Here comes the scorecards.
Yeah, it's all Haney.
Yeah.
I think we caught it pretty good, Bud. And I think the fans watching with us were with us. Were in sync with us with what kind of fight it was. And the fight that we kind of projected it could be. And what it needed to be if either guy was gonna stand out. And it fell the way we thought it could fall, where Haney didn't exercise the ghost, but he was trying to exercise the ghosts the best he could. And it was all about just getting through this fight where hopefully he could be Haney all the way back next time. And for Ramirez, it was about, does he have enough left? Has he got enough left in the tank? You know, psychologically, hunger-wise, urgency-wise, but physically, because he's been in a lot of tough fights. Does he have enough left to push the envelope? And at the end of the day, I guess he didn't, because there was an envelope that was there for him to push, and he didn't push it. He didn't push it. There's our man Reno, the CEO of we like Reno, the
Yeah, Ring
CEO
Magazine.
Of Ring Magazine. He's got a different look. He's growing. Haney has to grow. Haney's got to go. He's our friend, Reno. We love him. But Haney's got to grow, bud, a little bit. And hopefully this fight will help him grow. But our man Reno has grown. We've known him a long time. He has grown. He is there's a lot to him now. I mean, he's the man. He has grown with his position. You can see the confidence. You can see the shades. You can see everything. The man has grown.
Yeah, he has. Let's we got a little time before we get into this main event here, and then we'll get a little more into Ryan Garcia, Raleigh Romero. But let's throw out some questions to you before we get going. A lot of people just saying that fight was reminiscent of a Shakur Stevenson fight, maybe in his fight against De Los Santos. But anyway, moving on. As the questions are coming in, I see one. Somebody keeps asking about Alexander Povetkin. He might have been popped for a steroid test. I don't know anything about it. I'm reading the comments. People are asking if anything, knowing you've trained them. I know that you have trained fighters for 50 years, never, ever had a fighter test positive. You would never allow a fighter to do anything to jeopardize himself or your integrity. But I've seen it multiple times pop it up. I figured I'd quickly just throw that out there to you.
You know I can handle the tough questions. I'll just tell you this. I will do what I've always done. I will only speak definitively on things I know definitively and not on things I don't. I have never seen, let me tell you what Povetkin was with me for the 2.5 years I trained him, and we won the world title against Shikaev. A proud man, a simple man. You know, a real fighter, a tough, hard worker, and a guy who worked hard and became a world champion. I have never, in the 2.5 years or whatever it was that I had the responsibility of training him, I have never had any reason to think that he was doing anything with anything like PEDs. Matter of fact, I'll go further. I know he didn't. Of course, I wouldn't allow it, but it wasn't a matter of Teddy Atlas allowing or not allowing it. I would be aware of it. Anyone who tells you they're not aware of it, oh, I didn't know the fighter. I don't know if that's so true. If you're being a real trainer and you're involved in your everyday part of your fighter's life, when you have to be like a parent, when you're away in training camp for 2.5 months, you're aware of everything and you see everything and you understand a fighter and how he behaves and does, and a change in behavior, body language, physical, anything. That I can tell you 100% that Povetkin never, ever, ever had anything to do with PEDs while I was part of his life. Ever. Nor would I have ever thought he had the personality or the desire, the temperament, the need to do it. So that's all. I don't know anything beyond that.
Yeah. No, I thank you for touching on that. Let's get into this main event. Let's talk about Ryan Garcia, Raleigh Romero. Ryan Garcia, obviously the return fight, monster favorite tonight. Raleigh Romero has been knocked out. I believe 2 in his last 4 fights. Tank Davis, obviously Pitbull Cruz. Let's just hear your breakdown going into this one. Prediction. Do you think this one And at the end, you can let us know decision or knockout.
I think that what I said earlier, but for the benefit of the fans one with us earlier, I'll say the same thing basically in a shortened version of it. I think Romero has talent. He can be explosive. He has some power. He's got heart. But what he's also hasn't been is a guy that can win at the next level. He has lost at that next level each time he's been there. If he's at the next level, that's the if. He'll lose again if this is the next level. And that if is about Ryan Garcia. And it's all about Garcia tonight, where kind of like Haney, a little bit, in a different way. I thought that Haney lost his confidence in his last fight, and now he's got to try to get it back. We saw that. I think that Ryan Garcia found his confidence last fight. You could controversy aside, about PEDs, this, that, the possibility of this. Put that aside. By winning that last fight, I believe Ryan Garcia gained the confidence that he was missing, gained the mental part. It's 75% is the mental part. Gained the one part to maybe make him a complete fighter, to go with his talent. He has talent. He's got a good left hook, good punching power, good range, good size, good physical talent. But what he did not have was the mental part. He didn't. He just didn't. I don't think he was sure of himself. I don't think that he found himself yet. He believed in himself yet. I think he had a lot of doubts that acted as demons for him with that self-doubt. I think I believe that the way I look at it now, everything I see, I think that he's found himself. I think that he has gained that confidence off the last win. And if I'm right, and I think I am right, that Ryan Garcia has found himself, that he's now put that piece to the puzzle. He could dominate this fight. He could. Because that's the one thing I thought he was missing, was real confidence. Not put on confidence, not portrayed confidence, but real confidence. And I think that I think they picked the right guy here too. And the only way it could be wrong is if Romero lands, because Romero can punch. But otherwise, Romero has always kind of found a way to lose in the big fights. So, and I give him credit for having power, for having an ability, having, heart. But I also say to myself, man, he's been fortunate. Even when he loses all the big fights, he gets another big fight. So this might be the most urgent position Romero's been in. And that might make a difference. Because I think if he loses this one, there might not be no more. So give me the stuff that are the lines and all. I like Garcia to win. Give me the other props or whatever.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia is minus 1,800. Rolly Romero plus 900. Garcia by KO minus 355. Garcia by decision plus 500. And the over-under 7.5 rounds. The under minus 150. Over plus 115. If you think the fight will go the distance, 7.5 rounds, under minus 150, over plus 115. And if you think the fight will go the distance, you get back plus 375 if, yes, it goes the distance.
All right, here's my play. I'm not laying that money for Garcia to win, but
right,
I think he's going to win. But here's where it gets tricky. If he's got his confidence back, really back, I think he can win by knockout. And I think he will win by knockout if he's gotten the confidence back. And I think it could be an underfight. But if his confidence takes time to come back, and that's possible. If it comes back, if it's halfway back, but it's still a work in progress, where it's still working its way back, kind of like Haney, but I think he's ahead of Haney. I think he's back more because he won his last fight. Haney lost his last fight. So he's ahead of Haney. He's getting in the Batmobile right now. And he does look like Robin. He does look like Robin a little bit. He's getting in the Batmobile. If his confidence isn't all the way, if it's still a work in progress, then I think there's a good chance that the fight goes rounds and that the over might look like a good play. And a decision for Garcia might look like a good play where he allows Ramirez to survive. But I say it again. If we are believing that Garcia is all the way back, well, then I'm going to go under and knockout. I'm just not sure if he's all the way back. I'm thinking that maybe I would do a live stream bet because I want to see early on. It's going to show his confidence if he's all the way back, if he's aggressive, if he's the boss, if he's using his jab, doing stuff off his jab, Garcia. If he's, looking to set up those beautiful left hook counters, but he's looking to set them up by also having offense on the front end to get Romero to walk into a counter hook. If I see evidence of that, I'm going to do a live stream bet and say, okay, give me the knockout, give me the under. But going into the fight without seeing anything, I'm going with Garcia to win. I'm going with Garcia. I'm going to put a little play on both. I'm going to put a little play on him to win by knockout because you're going to get enough odds back to make it make sense. All right? And then I'll put what they call a saver bet on a small play for the fight to go the distance. That I know, I'm playing both ends. I'm playing against
I think it's going to be a
myself.
knockout, personally. I don't go against you much, but I do like
No, I
Garcia by
agree.
knockout.
I can see a knockout. If Garcia, again, if he's back, or if he's where he never was before, that's more like it. If he's at a place that his last fight put him at, where he's put that other piece to the puzzle, then I'm betting on Robin. That's Robin in the Batmobile. Then I'm betting on Robin, and Robin has a good chance of doing what they did in the old Batman TV series. The old Batman TV series, they used to put up, the illustrative pow, bang, boom. They used to put those graphics, bang, boom, pow. I'm going to say that he's got a chance to go bang, boom, pow, like the old Batman movie series.
And like John Madden. I want to ask you, we got a question. Poodle Pack. Be surprised if Ryan looks slow tonight without PEDs. I think that's a thing a lot of people are saying where he's popped the last test. Is there anything that you think we could see tonight that might be a difference?
Yeah, maybe not as explosive, but I don't know. I think you have talent or you don't have talent. You have quick twitch talent or you don't. Can it be magnified by PED? Of course it can. Of course it can. But you either have neon talent, as I call it, or you don't. I think that with or without, if you want to go down that road of enhancing elements, I think that Garcia has explosive talent. I think he has quick twitch, fiber ability. I think he has neon type ability. I think he has it. And I think that if he's right mentally, you're going to see it. You're going to see bang, boom, zam, kazam. What you used to see in the TV. For those youngins out there, ask your father, ask your uncles, ask your older brother, ask somebody about the old Batman black and white television series where they used to have that. And if you would, how are we doing with the audience, with the stream, with the comments, with the questions, with the with having people join us. I don't need an exact number, but how are we doing?
I think there was a lot more interest and a lot more views last week with the great fight in the UK. I'm seeing some comments, and maybe this is part of why the views aren't quite what maybe I thought it may be, or like last week's, that a lot of people didn't even know this fight was on. Some people are saying, hey, this fight wasn't really promoted properly. I had no clue. It's on Friday. I thought Garcia was fighting Saturday. I think people are
I
just
agree.
finding out. And it's a
You know,
Friday. People getting out of work. It's a different night.
I know it's ridiculous. It should have been promoted. How could you not know about this fight? But I think the fans are onto something. I think that the powers that be that do a great job, of course, with bringing us these fights, but they might have been a little sluggish with promoting it for two reasons, Bud. One, because they figured doing anything in Times Square, as unusual and iconic as that is, that it takes care of itself. Like it automatically makes people know about it. But that's not the case. But I can see where they think, oh, Times Square, we don't have to go crazy. Everyone's going to know about this fight. It's in Times Square. The word's going to get around. But it ain't going to get around if you don't make sure it gets around. And I think one other thing. I think Turkey Al Sheikh, quite frankly, I think Turkey Al Sheikh, the guy behind this, right? I think he is more concerned with making good fights that the fans want to see than he is about promoting them. I think he's more concerned about being a matchmaker than a promoter. I think he leaves that up to other people. I think he's more concerned with just knowing that he's giving the fans the fights that they want. And nobody could argue with that. But I don't think it's like in his mind, it ain't in his wheelhouse, so to speak, to be worried about whether or not it's promoted right. He's not concerned. Obviously, he's not concerned about making money. He's more concerned about, making good fights. I think if he needed to make money, I think then maybe he would have promoted him more. But speaking of needing to make something, I need to make a little break real quick
Yeah, go for it.
and come right back. I
You
don't
know
think I
what? That's
need
a perfect timing, and
I don't think I
I'll
need
do the same.
to fill in
Yeah.
the explanation.
We'll allow everybody to listen to the ring introductions of Michael Buffer and be right back for the start of this.
The national airline of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Jeddah season, Mina Pola, NHC, Visit Traveler, Core Group, Desert, Sky, Arab National Bank, First Data, and Stella. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the sanctioning bodies, and this is sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission, Executive Director Matthew Delaglio. The three judges scoring on a 10-point system: Tony Paolillo, Melissa Roldan, and Tom Schreck. And inside the ring, in charge of the action at the bell, your referee, Ricky Gonzalez. And now, the fatal Fury Times Square third contest of the evening. So for all those in attendance and the millions watching around the world live on pay-per-view, thezone.com, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing pink and yellow and weighing in officially at 146.6 pounds. His professional record, 16 victories, 13 of the 16 by knockout against two defeats. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, he is Romero. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue and weighing in officially at 146.8 pounds. His professional record outstanding, 24 victories, 20 big wins by knockout, only one the people want, no contest. Fighting out of Victorville, California. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan. That has been missing for most of the year. This has not been a thrilling boxing card.
Did I beat count and get back just in the nick of time?
Yeah, I think when you took that break, we lost a lot of viewers, thinking maybe you weren't coming back, but hopefully they'll join us back here.
Maybe that's me and you making a mistake. Maybe we should have made it clearer. Hey, guys, I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Maybe I should have been a little clearer with that. I'm sorry. I wouldn't think that the fans out there, being as intelligent as they are, I wouldn't think that they would think that we would spend 2 hours calling fights, and then when the main event comes, we would disappear and get out of Dodge. I would think they wouldn't think that. But right now, I'm looking at a Romero who looks more muscular than I've seen in the past. That fair? Is that fair?
Yeah, I agree with that. He does look, which could be a bad thing, right? Muscle bound tightness, fatter, wider shots versus the more precise, faster, sharper, maybe Garcia.
It tells me if I'm seeing what I'm seeing and it's true, and he did something different in the weight program, whatever, it's telling me that he knew that he needed more confidence. And that's one way that maybe in his mind he gets confidence to get a little more muscular, because that he's been missing something in those losses. And you look to fill that some of what you were missing. You look to fill it. And sometimes you don't know what it is. So you look for something that is easier to look for, to be stronger, to be more physical. And that might be the thing. And that might also be the thing to help you mentally. So I think that might be, it could be a reason. Of course, we see the longer, taller Garcia. And if you're longer and taller, what do you got to do? You got to fight longer and taller. And you see Ryan's doing that. He knows how to do that. Right? Stand on the outside and use your jab. Get full extension on your punches. Keep the shorter man at the end of your punches. Keep him out of range. Keep him out of his range and in your range. You know, keep him where to get to you, he's got to make a mistake. He's got to reach. He's got to go through a bad neighborhood. And when he goes through the bad neighborhood, look to mug him. Look to mug him. That's what Ryan's doing. But the only thing, he's using his legs to control range, Ryan. But he now needs to partner that with his jab. And if he doesn't do that, he's gonna let Romero get in or get more confidence to try and get in. I think the key here right now for me is to see Garcia, if he is more confident, to use his jab more. Nothing much that round. I guess you have to give it to Garcia just on the jab, the couple jabs that he landed. Am I right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think for me, and I know later in the fight, Romero could still be dangerous because he does have power, right? He could punch. But I see it kind of similar to what we said on the Ramirez fight. Your chances early in this fight. If you don't try to take advantage of Garcia's maybe ring rust and inactivity from the year suspension, I don't think he's going to have those opportunities that later in the fight.
Yeah. There's one problem with that. On paper, in theory, you're 100% right, bud. But fights aren't fought on paper in theory. They fought with real blood going through veins and real feelings and real confidence or doubts. My thing just went out. Let me see what I got to do here.
What's that?
On my TV, it just said All right, hold on. Yeah, it just went out. And then it said, do you want to continue watching? Yes, I do.
Are you
I'm
good?
watching. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Somebody.
just missed looking down. He just got dropped, Ryan Garcia, while this
Yeah,
technical
he just
glitch.
got dropped now in front of me.
Just talked
That
about the power.
Yeah, the left hook. And not
And I
using a
just talked
jab.
about these are the chances now, early in the fight, while he has.
Not using a jab. Not using a jab to keep the guy outside. Not using a jab. Was that just one knockdown or was that two? Because I just picked it up.
One.
So not using the jab to keep him outside, he's allowing the guy who can punch. That's one thing he could do. He's allowing him to get close enough to do two things: do damage and gain more confidence. Wow. Wow. Changes everything now.
And it's exactly what we were just saying, right? Like you just said, the power, but early on, he has question marks. Let him answer them.
And he does look dry.
Yeah, that's
and
a
when
great
you're dry, better chance of getting caught early. Cool. Look for the left hook of Garcia off the jab or off the counter. Look for that because that's what will get him back in this fight, the jab and the left hook.
Ooh.
Because he has a natural left hook and a powerful one, explosive one. But again, give Romero credit. He wasn't being kept outside with the jab.
Right.
And he was being allowed to come in, almost invited or challenged. You come on. I don't have to jab. Come on, you want to come? Go ahead. And so he said, "Oh, I'll come in," and he came in, and he landed. He landed a beautiful left hook.
I just want to ask you this quick during this action here. You always talk about punchers are born, they're not made. With this added muscle, some might think that adds power. Does it?
It adds confidence, and I think I made a good point before it started that you can have power, but you have to have confidence to use that power. I think he already had power, to be honest. Could it enhance it a little bit? It could. I don't think that's what's at factor or at play here. I really think it's what I touched on before the fight started. That he went and put muscle on to give himself more confidence.
Yeah.
To use that power.
Right.
Because if you don't have the confidence to use it, well, it's almost like not having it. And I think that so far it's played for him. But now what he's got to do, he's got to use his jab now. He can't just look for a power punch only. He's got to start using the jab so Ryan Garcia doesn't start controlling him with his jab and making it hard to get in close to use to land another power punch. He's got to use his jab now to kind of negate the jab of Garcia. Here's the bad news for Garcia. He got dropped. Here's the good news. He showed a good chin. He recovered fast.
Can we get a replay? I mean, I love the corner.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Here we go.
I'm not getting it.
Left hook.
How come I'm not getting it, bud?
You're ahead of me, so you may have.
I'm behind you now. All right.
Are you?
He pulled back with his right hand down, and he got hit with the left hook.
Yep.
Wow. He let him get too close to begin with. Here it is. I'll tell you what happened right here. Real simple. He threw a little bit of a leaping left hook. Credit to him. He threw the left hook. I always talk about this. He knew Ryan, if he put pressure on him, he would step back. And he might pick up his head and step back straight and high. So he put pressure on Romero. And then he threw the left hook behind him, where he was going to be. A little behind him. And he walked him right into it. Beautiful. Smart. Well prepared. Opportunistic. Really good.
Give us.
He did a quarterback thing in the NFL, what Tom Brady would do. He led the receiver. He threw the pass where the receiver was going to go, not where he was.
Give us your time on your clock so we know exactly where you're at.
I think what happened, Bud, was when I had that power shortage or whatever the hell it was, it drew us out of sync. I'm at 211, 210,
I'm at
2.9.
Yeah, I'm ahead of you now. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you deserve to be ahead of me, bud.
I need it. I need it.
That's
I
the
need
boxing
to
gods making
know.
things right.
Yeah, they're handicapping it for me.
No, they're not. They're recognizing talent and good looks. Ryan's using the jab a little more. He's got to use that jab for two reasons: to set up his offense, disguise it, set it up, and to keep Romero from getting too aggressive, too confident. To keep Romero in the space of the ring, the geography of the ring. He wants to keep him, which is outside at the end of his punches. And then to make Romero get a little antsy, like maybe that almost, to make Romero jump, to make him get anxious, to make him reach, to make him make mistakes, where then Garcia can counter with either the left hook or the right hand. Of course, his Sunday punch is the left hook.
Yeah.
You know Garcia does good? He throws a jab. But he's got this ability. Not too many fighters do it. It's part of his repertoire, part of his arsenal. He throws a jab that looks like a jab, but it's really, at the end of it, it's a hook. It actually turns into a hook. It comes in the same way that a jab would come. So the opponent kind of thinks it's only, he doesn't respond to it or react to it. But at the end, it takes a little curve where it could get in behind the glove. It's very interesting punch. I wonder if he knows that he designed it, or it's one of those punches that some fighters just do naturally without even knowing they do it. That was a better round for Garcia from what I saw. That was a round where two things happened. He took control back a little bit that he needed to. He just had a 10-8 round. He lost. He took control back, and he kept Romero from gaining more control. He kept Romero from the snowball getting bigger coming down the hill. He kept him from getting momentum. And I think that's credit to Garcia using his jab, doing what he had to do. And I also think Romero's had blame a little bit. That after he scored the knockdown, he didn't go out there and be a little more assertive with the jab. At least with the jab. At least with the jab. I'm not saying get reckless with big power punches and walk into something, but at least use the jab more.
No, absolutely. It feels like he did let him off the hook there after that knockdown. Just letting him settle back into this fight now.
I'm not keeping score here. I got thrown off by my set, shutting off for about a half a round. But I obviously it's easy the beginning. What round was that? Second round where he scored the knockdown?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got 10-8 edge there. Last round, the third round, I give to Garcia. In the first round, it was kind of it was a round that I would also give to Ryan because at least he used the jab. So I think I would have it probably 2-1 for Garcia, but even on the scores because of the 10-8 round. Does that make sense? I think it
Yeah,
does.
absolutely. I see it the same way. The AI judges scorecard for whatever it's worth had it tied as well.
Yeah, they oiled it up. They give it a little oil in the gears. That AI's been pretty good though. I got to be honest.
Yeah, some of them
I'm
have been
I'm
okay.
not saying the last fight he was, but or I don't know if it's a he or she, but whatever. There's again, range has to be mastered and owned by the taller, longer guy Garcia. Has to be. And that means he's got a jab at range. And that sets everything up. It sets up counter opportunities, traps, and then it sets up a right hand behind the jab if he can keep Romero at the end of his jab. In other words, you know what I'm going to say, right, bud? Set the table
Yep.
and then
Eat.
go eat. What's the sense of setting the table if you don't eat? I mean, it's kind of defeats the purpose. I mean, you set the table, you got to eat. I hope our fans came back. I hope they didn't think. I hope they didn't think that after 2 hours of corner setup fights that we would disappear on them for the main event. I hope they didn't think that.
They're here with us. They're chiming in. I think we might have some Romero fans, it seems like, in here.
I get it.
Yeah,
They got to feel good. They got to feel chirpy. They got to feel good. They always liked Romero. They always wanted to build a case for what they thought he was going to be, and he was coming up short. But they still believed in him. They still had faith. That's what a good fan does. And now they figure, okay, now maybe now he can show what we always thought he could be. The only thing I would say to them right now is he came prepared to do that with his muscles and his confidence. He came prepared to do that, but he's got to use that jab more. He can't allow Garcia to get back in control or get control of this fight.
And he has. He's allowed it. It feels like he did let a big opportunity pass himself by. Ryan Garcia, he's just jumped up to minus 650 on the live betting, even with the knockdown in the second.
What was he right after the knockdown? I would have been curious, bud.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know that, and I should. Last round he was minus 400. He just jumped to minus 650. So it was probably obviously lower than that. Maybe 2-1.
What the bookmakers are saying is what we know, right? Already, he may have missed his opportunity, right? Life is about what do you do with your opportunity, right, bud? The last fight, Ramirez didn't do a lot with the opportunity of a Haney who wasn't quite back yet. Now, let's see what Romero does or doesn't do with the opportunity that he had in this fight. What am I looking for, bud? I'm looking to see that jab. I already know that he's got the power punch. I'm looking for that jab of Romero so he doesn't let Garcia control the middle of the ring, the center of the ring, the outside of the ring, that he keeps him honest, that he puts some bugs on the windshield of Garcia, makes it hard for Garcia to time him, to pot shot him, gives Garcia something to be defensive about. I'm looking to see that. And I'm looking to see him work his way closer, too. He's either got to close the gap with Garcia's bigger, so he's either taller at least. So he's got to either close the gap by bringing his feet, or he's got to step back and set traps and get Garcia to walk into a trap and give up his height. But right now, the best shot is to use the jab and try to step forward properly, moving his head, getting close and catching Garcia like he did before. And what do I want to see from Garcia? I'm seeing a lot of it now, not enough, but a lot of it. Use the jab on the outside, control the outside, and start to set punches off your jab. Create offense on the front end off of your jab, getting full extension. It's not that complicated. Use your jab, get full extension, keep the shorter length guy too at the end of your punches, and start putting punches together that way. And once you start doing that, if you want to take a half a step back and see if you can get your guy to reach a little bit to set up a counter, go ahead. Because the lead punches will set that up. They will set the stage for counter punches.
Yeah, it seems like right now Romero is just struggling to do what you said, to be able to get inside the right way, to be able to bring his feet. He can't close that gap. And Garcia is doing a good job of stepping out and keeping that range.
And the difference, neither guy using the jab a lot, but there's a big difference. Raleigh is pushing the jab, pouring with the jab, like just to use it as a setup, as a rangefinder, not as a damaging punch, not as a striking punch. Garcia is snapping the jab for the most part to use it as a landing punch, a striking punch. You want that. You don't want the push and the paw.
And Garcia's been here before, right? When he stepped up in competition versus the UK gold medalist Olympian Luke Campbell, he was dropped in that fight, got up off the canvas, obviously was victorious. So not the first time that he's had to be behind and getting himself off the canvas.
100%. I think talking about corners before, earlier, that's the scorecard. Yeah, I see it. I don't know if Romero won the third.
That was off. That graphic didn't make sense. I think
Yeah, I don't think that
has
makes sense.
Romero winning the fight is what it should
Yeah,
have.
I think they might have made a mistake.
Yeah, they
Whoever's
did.
in the truck.
Yeah, the graphic.
I've been there 30 years with ESPN. Guess what? Those graphic guys make mistakes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they made a mistake. Yeah, I think
Because
Coppinger
I
has
thought-
Romero winning.
Yeah, I thought Garcia won the rounds after he got dropped, some of those rounds. And
Yeah, our viewers are chiming in. They said they just posted the wrong score, so appreciate you guys helping us too as we're going.
we're
We
not
have
crazy. We're not
volume
crazy.
here, so we can't hear.
But listen, again, the jab of Ryan Garcia is the key here. And the lack of the jab of Romero is the key. If Garcia keeps throwing that jab, it's only a matter of time before he eats off of it. I think it's up to Romero to. He's got to change his position in the ring and his attitude. One goes with the other. What do I mean by that? He's got to either close the gap or do something else. Step out, try to get him to come in and set a trap. One or the other. But he can't stay at no man's land at the end of Ryan's punches. You can't stay there.
The AI judge has the fight tied 47-47. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot going on, right? There's spots where either guy could steal it with a little more activity. So,
And you got Romero, the guy who, landed a knockdown, who was explosive in the second round when he got close. And what did he just do? He grabbed on the inside when he got close. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. And again, you're seeing the push jab a little bit from Romero still. And I don't think you need Teddy Atlas to tell you that the snap drone jab will beat the push jab.
yeah,
And Garcia's got the snap jab. The only problem with Garcia and Romero, too, is Garcia's not jabbing enough.
Matt Borgeson asking, can this be a Cambosos moment for Raleigh, like Cambosos did versus Teofimo? Yeah, I wonder coming in, but we talked about the mental side and the layoff, the ring
Definitely could be that. Go ahead.
With the ring rust and so forth. These guys have sparred a ton in the past. They know each other very well. Raleigh Romero got beat up brutally by Pitbull Cruz. Is it as simple maybe as just underestimating this guy, and then once you're in there and you're dropped, it's hard to turn the switch on once it's already off? And
That's a
also,
good-
I want to ask you too, he was completely different off the walls last fight, Ryan Garcia. Complete different guy this time around. Way more calm, more composed. Was that some of it going in? Just a calmer demeanor? Too calm, maybe?
Yeah, less frantic, more sure of himself, more settled. More settled could be good. You're calmer, you're more controlled, but it can have a negative aspect to sometimes, lose some of your energy, be more controlled. So they got, is that right? They got Romero up by
Oppinger
3.
has Romero up by 3 points. That they fixed it. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
don't know.
a
I don't
lot of
know.
action. I don't
know.
see it, but it's close. I would have Garcia ahead right now for me.
To your questions, a little bit anyway, to your questions, I we didn't talk about Romero enough, or I didn't, like I did about Haney, that Haney had a lot to overcome going into that fight for what happened in his past fight. You know, getting taking a beating. He had a lot to overcome. And I wasn't fair to Romero, and I'm gonna be fair now. Romero had a lot to overcome coming off his fight with Cruz in his last fight. You know, bud?
Yeah, absolutely.
He had a lot to overcome psychologically and physically. He took a beating in that fight. He took a lot of damage. He got dropped. He got stopped. That was a lot to overcome, a lot. And I think you're still seeing him try to overcome it a little bit and
We
get
had
rid
one
of.
fight since then where he's able to knock some of it off, but no, you're right.
Yeah, I think some of those ghosts, they hang around. They hang around. And I think there's still some of that. I think I would have liked to have think that the knockdown he scored in the second round would have kind of exercised a few of those ghosts, but still, some people are going to say he was reckless with Cruz, and they they could say that he got reckless. Of course, Cruz was a different style; he brought it right to him, but that he was opening up with punches, leaving himself available, and he didn't have the technique he should have had. Blah blah blah. And maybe this fight, he's trying to make sure that he crosses those T's and dots those I's, that he does have better technique. He is more controlled, even if it means in spots being too controlled.
Yeah.
But you know what? Better too controlled than to be reckless. And right now, according to Mike Coventry, it's working for him. I don't know if he really should be ahead. I haven't written scores down. There's a lot of close rounds. Garcia sure as heck hasn't put his best foot forward to grab rounds. There's no doubt about that. I don't know, and neither has Raleigh. I mean, both guys have been sputtering at best in their offensive outputs.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have been. Both of them have been cars that have been stuck in neutral in the driveway much more than they've been going on any road to get anywhere.
Absolutely.
These
No,
are the kind of rounds that you could steal. The way, I mean, I'm not going to compare the fights, of course, but remember the way the great Sugar Ray Leonard stole rounds at the end with Marvin Hagler, some rounds.
yeah.
I mean, great fight, great fighters. I'm not trying to make that comparison. I'm just saying that this is the kind of fight you can steal rounds. And did Garcia steal that round a little bit with the jab at the end? And again, the corner. You need in these kind of fights, you need a combination of strategy, wisdom, corrections, X's and O's. You need it quick, but you need it. But you also need that little bit of fire, that little bit of fire put underneath somebody's backside sometimes. You need a combination of the two.
Well, that's not the right trainer for that, and that's no knock. That's just not Derek James's personality. It's
I
like
think
Mark
he's a good,
Breland.
solid trainer, though.
No, and I'm not saying he's not, but that's like saying Mark Breland. Love Mark Breland. Mark Breland
You're right.
is
You're right.
soft-spoken. That's not what he is.
You're right, bud.
But I'm with you. I would like to see that because he's not doing anything. I mean, some of our viewers here are saying, following along with us, where is the speed of Garcia? Where is that power hook? Where is
I think the speed is it's there, but it's not being used.
right?
And I think, from my perspective as a commentator and a trainer, that's how I would put it, and that's how I would lay it out. The speed's there. It's just not being used. So if it's not being used, it might as well not be there.
Here's going to be the $1 million question coming after this fight if this continues. And one of our viewers just threw it out there, Boxing God. You have to wonder if Garcia was on PEDs his whole career. And whether that's fair or not, I think that's what a lot of people are going to say when you follow up with this kind of performance.
I don't argue with that being a possible sentiment. I'm not saying right or wrong. I don't argue. I could understand people saying that. I think right now, the 8th round, this is the time Garcia has to be what we thought he became off the last fight. A
Right.
more confident fighter, a more explosive, a more offensive fighter, a fighter that, could be the boss, that could take control. He needs to be that now.
The AI judge has Romero up by 2 points after 7 rounds. Yeah, he's there is no activity right now from Garcia. I think, other than that jab he's pumping here and there, like you said, I mean, he's just waiting.
And as much as we can knock Garcia, what he's doing, and I'm not saying he don't have a reason to be knocked, as much as we can knock what he's not doing here, we could also, on the other side, to be fair, we could say that Romero's not doing enough to take advantage
Absolutely.
of a guy in front of him who is not fighting with confidence,
Right.
who is fighting with trepidation, that he's not taking advantage of. He's trying here. He's trying to step on the gas pedal a little bit here, but he didn't do it the way I would like to see him do it. He didn't do it behind the jab. He just kind of did it. When you just do it, sometimes from a little far away, you could walk into something. But again, I think the jab is the key. I've said this before in the last fights. When there's not much going on to separate fighters in a fight in rounds, the fighter that uses the jab more usually can grab those rounds. And right now, I don't even know which guy is using the jab more. In spots, it's Garcia, but it's not consistent. And I think where Romero gets the edge is he's being the aggressor in spots. He's being the aggressor in spots. Why does some people got to be idiots? Those fans are happy. They're having fun. I love it. I love it. They're having fun. They're out there. They're enjoying it. They're enjoying the atmosphere. They're part of a never before event in Times Square. And then you got to get one moron's got to put the middle finger up. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Welcome to the Big Apple.
I want to see. That's where I want to graph.
That's how New Yorkers say hello.
Yeah, I guess so. Not really. Not the classy ones. I would like to see. That's where, I'm sorry. Call me what you want to call me, but at least I'm honest about it. That's where I want to see my graphic guy zoom in on that guy, right? Zoom in on him and put a little, graphic face on him like a donkey. That's a jack, you know what?
Yeah, you're right. Going back to what you were saying earlier, this is the time now with the Kentucky Derbies coming up tomorrow. You need to be like a jockey whipping on this horse. His trainer needs to start telling him, you gotta go. You might be blowing this.
Well, I'll tell you what he is doing. He's making Romero more confident.
Live betting, Ryan Garcia minus 260, Raleigh Romero plus 190. He was over minus 2,000 at one point during this fight, Ryan Garcia.
I think unless you think this is possibly going to be a corrupt decision, and listen, I said it. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Again, I say, hey, people like it, they don't like it. It's your option. But I'm going to say what could be possible from my experience in this sport. Okay, I love this sport. I love the fighters. I love what they do, the chances they take, the chance they take to be great, to make a choice, to be great, to do something special, the risks they take. I love them. It will always make this sport the greatest sport in the world. But I always have had a problem and continue to have a problem with the administrators of the sport. Sometimes the judges and refs. Sometimes they don't make it great. Sometimes they hurt the sport. And I'm sorry I have to bring that cynicism up, but I've been around the sport enough to know why there's cynicism, why I can be cynical, why I could be worried. I would say right now, why wouldn't you put a bet on Romero? I mean, he's still the underdog. I would say you got to put a bet on him. But I would always also say the only thing that might deter you from putting a bet is what Teddy just talked about, what I just talked about, that the judges might not do the right thing. They might not. Romero might do the right thing, but the judges might not. So that's up to I'll leave that up to the fans. I would put a small wager on Romero still getting odds, but I would also put in the warning that go in at your own risk, buy at your own risk, because you know what judges can do. You know what they can do. And you know what the new face of boxing, Turkey Al-Sheikh, is doing. He's sending out messages. He's texting.
Yeah, this fight is only getting tighter according to Vegas. At the end of the last round, it is now minus 150. Raleigh Romero, you're only going to get plus 115. It changed quick.
Yeah, you couldn't wait. When I said it, you still
get
got
over 2-1.
Yeah, you still got 2-1. Now it's getting a little
even.
late. Now it's even money.
Yeah.
You waited a little long. You should have, what's that saying, bud? You should have read the tea leaves.
Yeah.
You kind of saw which way it was going. But people, I don't know if they were believing their eyes. They thought, most people, a lot of people, especially you were a Garcia fan coming off the last fight, you came in there thinking the way the bookies thought that he should win. And I think as you're watching it, you're still not believing what you're seeing. Like, well, yeah, I still can't go and think Romero's. And then finally, when you're getting convinced, oh shoot, this might actually become a Romero fight. By then, it might be a little too late to get the worth of the bet, to get the odds you should get. But right now, it comes down to the championship rounds. Who makes a choice to wake up and do more? And right now, most of that pressure is on Garcia. I mean, Romero could do more. That could mean he takes a risk. That means look at the scores. So he's got it pretty big, 4 points, 4 rounds for Romero. So he's got Romero winning the fight unless something big happens for Garcia. But I would say, obviously, the burden is on, and I hope his corner is translating that to him, that the burden is on Ryan to wake up and do something here. And that means probably take a chance now, because you put yourself behind the 8 ball. Now you got to take a chance. You got to do something. You got to use that jab. Earlier on, you wouldn't have had to take a chance. You keep him at the end of the jab, make him walk into things. You can't wait for him to walk into things. You got to use your jab and put punches behind it. So the pressure and burden is on Garcia. But I wonder if there's a little pressure on Romero too, to not take for granted that he's ahead and to do a little more, because you can make the argument that as much as Romero's done, he could have done more. And he's doing a little more now. I mean,
this round's a good round for Raleigh. I hate when Ryan Garcia does that shoulder roll and just turns and gives his whole side of the body to you.
And he don't do nothing off it.
He hasn't done nothing this whole fight, but how many hooks has he thrown? How many right hands has he thrown? How many body shots? I've seen the jab. That's it.
It's more like he does the shoulder roll for look than it is for effect. But anyway.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest. That round was all Romero.
Yeah, that's all Romero. Now we're in the championship rounds.
Now, if Ryan Garcia becomes an underdog, he might be worth betting just because of what you said with the judges, that it might
And
still
I
go away.
and that makes me sick to my stomach if we have to think that way and go down that road.
Well,
And
here it is.
we have to start judging fights on whether or not the judges are going to rob somebody.
Some of our viewers are saying they got it a draw. It's kind of a little all over the place. These were some close rounds. It's starting to feel like Romero's winning. The unofficial cards have it that way, but Vegas, Raleigh Romero minus 165, Ryan Garcia plus 125. Wow. This could be a huge upset.
Tells you all you need to know. As the
And
bookies
I
go,
still don't.
if they think it, then yeah, you got to think that. But have they have the bookies? They're watching the fights and the rounds and the rhythm of the rounds, right? And the action of the rounds. But have they factored in the X factor? And I wish it was not an X factor of how terrible judges can be sometimes and put their influence into a fight that shouldn't be put.
'97, '92 from the AI judge.
Oh wow, that's the same. Is that the AI judge was seeing up there, or is that
Yeah. Yeah,
what
that
happened to
was
what
the
happened to
AI.
Carpenter? Oh my God, the AI guy eliminated Carpenter. AI is eliminating all these people. Come on, we got to control this AI. We can't let the robots take the world.
I just am, I mean, being repetitive here, but I'm just shocked how you cannot do anything right now, Ryan Garcia. I mean, no punches, no arsenal, no toolbox, just one jab at a time, and no urgency. The trainer, him, I mean,
I'd like to know, did he get the memo in the corner that, hey, Ryan, you better pick it up. If you're not behind, it's too close. You better pick it up. You know what? I haven't scored this fight. I'm always transparent about that. But let me tell you, I look at a fight and I say one guy's winning, one guy's not winning. I look at this fight, Romero's winning.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I know
Yeah.
there's more to it. Some of the fans won't like that, but I'm a boxing, person. I'm nothing else. And I'm just looking at the fight, the rhythm, the lack of rhythm, whatever you want to call it. And one guy is winning, and Romero's that guy. Yeah, he might not be winning as big as you want him to do or whatever, but there's one guy that is trying to be the boss, and there's one guy that is trying more to win this fight, and seems to have the more of the tempo of the fight in his court, and that's Romero, especially the last two rounds.
No question. But he's giving it away. I mean, yeah, credit to Romero. He's doing more, but Brian's doing nothing. And the only person right now more nervous than the Garcia family has got to be the Haney family. That payday might be disappearing here by the second.
Well, they definitely would want that fight for pride, for not only the payday, but for pride, for get back, and for in their mind for an even playing field. I don't. I'm not afraid to say that.
There
I'm
they
not
are.
afraid to say that for an even playing field. But in their mind, say, okay, yeah, that's the one we want. We want the guy who wasn't on stuff. We want him, and then let's see who wins. And I would see them having that, and you can see there's attitude here.
Oh, yeah.
There's attitude. You can see it. Besides that, there's a lot of
scorecard 107.
there's a lot of bling to go with that.
101. Raleigh Romero.
Sounds like it's what the AI is.
And Vegas, Raleigh Romero minus 225, Ryan Garcia plus 170. According to all of this, Ryan Garcia needs a knockout, if not at least a knockdown or so.
Or a
Or
robbery. A robbery.
uh,
I said it. Yeah. Yeah, I said it. Yeah.
I think, hey, this is unfair to say, but this is the wrong trainer right now for him in this situation.
Yeah, I don't want to knock him, but
No,
I
I'm
hear you.
just saying from an urgency of fire under you. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but the fire had to be there 6 rounds ago.
Yeah.
The ship has sailed.
As brutal as this fight has been from a boring standpoint, lack of action, now it is so intriguing, right? Now you're on the edge of your seat.
And
Who's
I
gonna
just
win?
heard Jim Lampley, obviously, and one of the iconic, great blow-by-blow guys. He became Captain Obvious. We all do sometimes, um, asking the question. That's the only thing I heard. I haven't heard anything else. But asking the question, can Ryan Garcia land the rocket left hook? Yeah, I guess. Yep, I guess that's what we would need right now,
What do you-
unless we got this wrong and the judges got it different. If I hear split decision, I'm getting nervous because I do not think this is a split decision.
You can't land the left hook if you don't throw it.
Well,
But
that would be the next part. Like next, hey,
look at this.
that's
and then he
that's
rolled.
kind of a basic of the sweet science, but you don't have to be Angelo Dundee or the great Eddie Fudge to tell you that no matter what your Sunday punch is, no matter how good it might be, how damaging it could be, it means nothing if you don't throw it.
Right. I want to hear from our viewers. Who do you guys got winning? I've seen some of the comments. I've seen some people say Raleigh by a point. I've seen some people saying, no, Raleigh's winning this way too wide. They can't rob him. I think, as
I'm
you
with
said,
them.
Romero, I
I'm
am
sorry.
too.
I'm going out on the limb, bud.
I am too.
I'm with them.
I am too.
I'm
And
there
he
with
won
them.
this round so far, 40 seconds left.
If they take it from Romero, I'm going to use that word. I'm sorry. I'm going to use it. And listen, I like Ryan. He's been on our podcast a couple of times. I like him. I think he's a good kid, and I think he's a kid that was lost a little bit. And but basically the core of him, he's found himself back. I think at least as more of the person that he is. But as far as being a fighter, he had to be tonight. He wasn't able to quite do that, and for whatever reasons, I think I laid out enough to think about. But at at the end of the day, if Romero doesn't get this fight, it's another black eye for boxing.
No question.
And to steal a phrase from my late great friend and the legendary Bert Sugar,
Look
and
at
he was legendary with his cigar and his hat. But to grab a phrase from him, boxing has no more eyes to blacken. It is now the Cyclops of the sport. And I hope it's not the case here.
the body language tells me all I need to see. I could tell right there. This guy knows he didn't win this fight. Look at his corner. Look at the heads down. Look at him. And look at the other corner, smiling.
And
I
look at
mean,
the Haneys.
yeah, they know. They know he
Yeah,
lost this
they
fight.
know. Bud, the Haneys know what time it is.
They it's gonna be maybe bittersweet for them, right? They want that rematch. They got bad blood. They want what comes
I
with
bet
that.
you the Haney. I bet you. Listen, I'm just saying this. I bet you they watched the. Obviously, this live telecast we just did could be seen. It's going to stay up. It can be seen tomorrow, tonight, next day, the next day, the next whatever. I bet you because I don't know. I know a lot of people have negative things about anybody in this business. But sometimes that's actually a badge to wear when somebody's negative in this business. But I happen to like Haney's father. I don't know. And, I get to people taking shots at him and said this and said that, whatever. But I bet you that they would watch this broadcast because the father's a guy who's always looking to see what he thinks needs to be seen. Like if there's anything out there that he thinks could give him a little more information or help to do his job
Yeah,
in a little way,
he's going on turn.
But we're seeing the replays here. That's a jab that you wanted to see all night. and you didn't see it enough by Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia minus 1,800 entering tonight's fight. What an upset this will be.
You'd feel good, wouldn't you? But if you had a few shekels, like my beautiful fan, our beautiful audience and fans across the pond, if you had a few, not shekels, what's the word I'm looking for? Shekels is our word. That's what we use sometimes. But a few quid. If you had a few quid, that's what our beautiful brothers and sisters, fans across the pond would say. If you had a few quid going into this fight on Romero, you'd be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel great though because of what we keep saying and boxing in the A side, which is so sick to say that. But yeah, you're feeling pretty good. Mike
I'll
Ferguson
be
corrected
very
me.
upset.
It
I'll
wasn't
be
minus
very
1,800. He was minus 2,000. So even bigger upset.
I would hate to be right here. When I brought up where you have to be worried sometimes about these
There we
judges,
go.
I would hate to be right. I don't want to be right. Don't say split decision.
Has to be Romero. Has to be.
Hold on.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, Haney won.
Haney, Romero.
No, well, Romero, I'm sorry. Haney won, but he lost.
He just lost a lot of money from that rematch.
Wow. Who had that ticket? I want to see the guy who had that ticket.
It wasn't this guy, that's for sure. And credit to Romero.
Look at our man Reno. Look at our man Reno. I mean, I'm sorry for the people that don't know who he is. He's a CEO now of Ring, and he has transformed himself into the CEO of Ring. I like his confidence. I like his look. You know what? He's such a more humble kid than he was initially when he was undefeated, and he was a guy that was hard to root for. You know what? He's an easy guy to root for now. He really is.
Losing will do that to you.
Not to everybody, bud. I give him credit. No,
Yeah.
no, really. Not to everybody. I give him credit for using the losing, for handling it the way he handled it,
Yeah.
for being this guy that he is now.
No, I give him a lot of credit. We had a little fun in saying that do they have pictures on him, and he's
Yeah, why did he keep getting these fights? But he did. And you know what? He got fights where you had to scratch your head. And I stand by it. That why was he getting these fights when he was losing the big fights? But now he validated whoever was behind him, Al Heyman, whatever. But whoever was behind him believing in him, that belief was validated tonight.
I miss what he was saying. Is he gonna say he had a broken hand, or is this
He's
on wrong?
talking now. I'm getting
He
it now.
said, "I'm just happy I made it."
No, I'm getting it now. He's not using an excuse. He's not using an excuse. I missed some of it when you were talking, but he basically just said, hats off to Raleigh.
Tough night for Oscar De La Hoya. 0-3. He lost with Barbosa, Ramirez, and then obviously Ryan Garcia. Somebody said, call him an Uber and tow that Batmobile.
That's a good one. That's leave it up to the fans.
Jazzy J. It's pretty good.
Jazzy J. You're good, Jazzy J. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, Jazzy.
You
I
can't
hope
be driving the Batmobile after that. That's for sure.
No. You gotta grab an Uber. No. He's right, Jazz. You're right, Jazz.
And not a black comfort Uber, just a regular compact Uber.
Yeah, and don't let anyone see you get in it. Put the towel over your head, maybe. I don't know, whatever. Listen, fighters have nothing to be ashamed of. They do something that 90% of the population could never do. Um, they get in the ring on one given night and risk it all. Risk it all. And I don't mean physically. They risk it all. Spiritually, emotionally, mentally, everything. Where they face their inhibitions and doubts that most of us never have to face to that level. Never. So I don't care. You can never really get too down and knock a fighter that does what they do. So I'm never going to disrespect any fighter. But listen, it was disappointing what we saw and didn't see. What we didn't see from Ryan tonight. Yeah, it was disappointing. You'd be an idiot if you didn't say, or not honest. But I hope Jazz subscribes to our podcast, and I hope that all the smart fans out there that have been really, really fun to watch the fight with because of their intelligence and their passion. I hope that they subscribe to the podcast. They watch them. If they don't, they do now. I hope they join us. I hope they join us in future live streams like tomorrow and Sunday. I hope they do. I hope they pass the word. I hope they enjoyed. I hope they enjoyed what we enjoyed, was being back in the seat, doing what I used to do and what I did for so many years. But you can't do it if you don't have the fans to do it with. That's what makes it special. That's what makes it enjoyable. And I hope they liked it. I hope the fans liked it. I enjoyed doing it with you, buddy. I enjoyed doing it with the fans and getting the feedback from people like Matt and Jazz and all the others, and
Yeah.
just being being in this seat again where you can talk about the sweet science.
No, absolutely. And please, guys, just make sure like the video, comment, helps us out with the algorithm. And like my father said, we'll be on tomorrow. We'll be on for the Canelo fight. We're going to be on for the Jamie Munguia Bruno Saras rematch as well, which was a knockout of the year. Bruno Saras won that from Ring Magazine the first go around. That was a monster upset. So come early. We'll be on before Canelo gets going. And before we sign off, Buzz, I'll just throw a few. We've been on for a while, so I won't stay too much longer. But one of the fans was asking earlier, I don't have the name in front of me. He was saying that his son, he feels like in the past, was overtrained in the gym. And that sometimes you could leave it in the gym and do too much. What is too much was his question. But I'll ask you this. Is that maybe something tonight? We could go on and on. People are saying, hey, that's what happens when you're not on PEDs, right? But Garcia said the last fight, I didn't train. I was drinking, I was smoking, I was partying.
That was a lie. He trained.
But did he overtrain maybe for this one? Was there something? Was his strength lost or
Did he
left?
look stale? Or are we making excuses? Did he look stale? Yeah, maybe. Did he look like the inactivity could hurt? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Did he look dry? Where maybe when you do overtrain, one of the physical telltale signs is that you don't sweat enough. Maybe. It's a big maybe. At the end of the day, the only thing we know definitively and put out there in the right way is that Romero did more than Ryan. That Romero went out there, he had his demons to deal with, and he dealt with them. And he went out there and he pressed the fight more. He scored the knockdown early. He pressed the fight. He could have done more, but he did more as the fight went on. He did more. He did enough to control the fight, the theme of the fight, the rhythm of the fight, the momentum of the fight, to be the boss of the fight. But at the end of the day, yeah, you could speculate all over the freaking place. You could always put some possibility to anything. Yeah, he was, like I said, he's dry. He looked a little stale, and there wasn't that pop to him. But at the end of the day, it comes down to who performs. Romero performed, and Ryan didn't for whatever reasons.
I'm not sure what This one viewer, Carso Born, is asking here. We need Willie bag technique with Joe Louis balance. Please, Teddy. Can you help me out? Do you know what he's saying? I know the
Say it
Willie.
again.
He said we need Willie bag technique with Joe Louis balance. The
Oh
Joe,
yeah, I know. That's a smart boxing guy. Yeah. The Willie was
well, I know the Willie.
well, I gotta explain to the fans that
Yeah,
don't know it, but
yeah.
the Willie was a bag, an apparatus invented by the great Customato, where basically he took cushions, mattresses, wrapped them around a pole, made it into a bag around the like a body, around stationary around the pole, and he put numbers on it. He put numbers that designated punches to certain areas. And then he had tapes, audio tapes, where he would call out the numbers. He would call the numbers out, and you would have to throw the punches to those specific numbers in sequence for combinations, where it was training to throw specific combinations to specific areas with 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 speed and with just an automatic flow, where like the punches, 7 was the jab, 1 was the left hook to the head, 2 was the right hand to the chin, 3 was the left uppercut, 4 was the right uppercut, 5 the left hook to the body, 6 was the right hand to the body. So Cuts might call out he might call out something like 7-1-2. That means jab, left hook, right hand. Or he might call out 7-5-2. Jab, left hook to the body, right hand to the head. And as he called it out, you would have to throw these specific combinations with power and speed. And you formed the habit of throwing combinations. So that's what he's talking about with the Willie. That these guys didn't throw specific combinations or enough combinations. And as far as Joe Louis, the great Joe Louis, my greatest heavyweight of all time, yes, my greatest heavyweight of all time, with Ali right behind him. Joe Louis had the greatest balance, probably of any heavyweight or any one of them, but some of the greatest balance of any fighter in the history of the sport. He had great punching power. He was the greatest finisher that the heavyweight division ever saw. When he hurt you, got rid of you. He was never off balance. He was never lunging. He was never reaching. The reason he always had power and finishing ability was his legs were always under him to give him that position, that balance to punch and to punch in sequence. And he had it because of his trainer, Chappie Blackburn. Blackburn was a great fighter back in the 20s and fought all the great fighters. And Blackburn made Joe Louis his project. He loved Joe Louis. They loved each other. He took it on himself to make Joe Louis a great fighter. And Blackburn made him a great fighter. And one of the things that he did was teach him balance.
Yeah, I hope Carso, that answered your question there. With that being said, but I don't want to keep you any longer than we have. I want you to get some rest. We're going to be back on tomorrow, so everybody, again, please join us tomorrow.
What time tomorrow? But I don't even know what time. These fights started early. It's thrown my whole clock off. Like tomorrow, I know the fight's Canelo coming from Saudi Arabia. What time are we talking about so the fans can join us? And then Sunday with Inoue, where are we talking and what time?
Yeah, tomorrow, Canelo Alvarez is supposed to enter the ring at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific time. That's the main event. That will be 6 a.m. Saudi Arabia time. So they're fighting in the morning there. Won't be over till about 7 a.m. over there. So with that being said, Canelo is going to start, like I said, 11 o'clock Eastern time, 8 o'clock Pacific. That means the co-feature, Bruno Saras and Jamie Mugia, we will be on for that, 8 o'clock. And for those who want to watch the heavyweight fight, Martin Bakoli's ring return after losing to Parker, he's going to fight the fight before that versus Efia Jaba. So we will be on about 8 o'clock to answer that question. And we're going to put up a post, follow back up for the exact time of the Inoue fight. But besides being on for Inoue's main event, we also will be on for the co-feature 126-pound champion Rafael Espinoza's fight.
What time is the Inoue?
I'm gonna post it and double check on that one. I want to say that's a Sunday night. I want to say it's about 8 o'clock main event, maybe Eastern time on Sunday evening. 11 o'clock Eastern main event tomorrow. Canelo Alvarez.
And Bud, you're on West Coast time, so make sure you calibrate that.
Always, I will.
I laugh because and some of the writers that used to and the interviewers over the years that would ask me for an interview. Okay, Teddy, can we do an interview? And then you say yes. You try to accommodate them. We're going to do a Zoom call. We're going to do all that, and then all of a sudden they're not there. They're not there, and you're like, "What happened?" Oh, I thought you, I thought you meant 7 o'clock West Coast time. No, no. I live in the East Coast. I meant the time zone that I live in, not you live in. But any other fans with questions out there before we say au revoir and thank you and have a
Yeah,
good night and a safe night?
we hit a bunch of them. We'll hit more of them tomorrow. I try to field as many of the questions as we can throughout. And just a lot of comments about the fight, about Rolly Romero, about obviously the performance of Haney and Garcia.
What
So
were they? What were they? I mean,
I think there's a lot of
basically,
people that are very happy for Rolly Romero
I
uh,
hear it. I
to come
get you.
back from the loss, like you had touched on, to redeem himself. And I think there's some people that aren't the biggest fans, maybe, of Ryan Garcia. Maybe his positive test, is the reason they feel that way. So I think people are, gonna rip on Garcia a little bit from maybe, hey, this is what it looks like when you're not on steroids, whether that's fair or not fair.
No, and you could understand it. You could understand it. You can.
And I
He
agree with
I
the last comment here.
he put
Somebody.
himself in position to for people to make those remarks. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
No, I was just gonna say I agree, wrapping this up with a comment from Cal. I thought Teofimo did perform the best tonight. His stock goes up the most out of the marquee names. Of course, huge night for Rolly Romero, but I thought out of the three marquee names heading in, Teofimo was probably the most impressive to me.
Yeah,
So
I would be in concert with that. I would second that. I would second that. I would just only say piggyback off. I would second that. But I would put Romero. I would put Romero right there because not only the hugeness of the upset, um, but that now he might be able to actually live up and have a chance to live up to the potential that people thought he had that he hadn't lived up to. That this is a kind of a new beginning for Romero, and he could suddenly become one of those names that he was kind of left out of in the last obviously 2 years, year and a half, and now he could take that place again, where now he could be one of those guys because nobody ever doubted that he had talent. It was just a matter of winning at that level and showing it, putting it together. He showed it. And then the last thing I would say is some people are going to say, and I think you got to say it. How much of it tonight was Romero, what he did, and how much was it that what Garcia just didn't do?
you took the words right out of my mouth. It's hard to give too much praise for me to Raleigh because Ryan didn't do anything, but he got the win and did what he was supposed to do. So got to give him credit for that. And I agree with you. He does seem like he is a more humble kid, and we'll see what's next for him as well. So that being said, but we'll wrap it up. I'll give you any final words before we sign off.
Yeah, just it was fun doing it with you, bud. I enjoyed doing it with you. And I enjoy being back with the fans when we can kind of connect, you know, connect in a way of talking about something that I've been involved in, most of my life, to be able to have the opportunity to do that again, to have the privilege to do that, and to have the fun of doing it with, I think, the best fans in the world. I always thought that, the boxing fans. So hopefully you'll be with us. Hopefully this will grow. Hopefully you pass the word. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you liked it. You didn't hate it. Hopefully you're not like that fan that was in Times Square putting the middle finger up. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Hey, all seriousness, be safe out there. Thank you, guys, and take care.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.